these without water, or he's still hanging in there? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of the meeting regarding the Planning Commission, and as usual, we'll start today with the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all stand and honor the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, if we can have the TV coverage announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. The special hearing of April 1st, 2024 will be televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of this special hearing will be on Friday, April 5th, 2024 at 7 a.m. and Sunday, April 7th, 2024 at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. The hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. And I know that we had some issues with the Granicus stream last week, so just for those of you at home, if you have any issues, the hearing will also be streamed on the county's YouTube channel. That seemed to be working fine last week, so just switch over to that if you're having any issues. And I just want to make a quick announcement, as I see more and more people coming in. We do have, in case we run out of seats, we do have the Board of Supervisors hearing room on the 4th floor reserved for overflow. I do have a staff person who's going to be roaming, collecting speaker slips. The only caveat is that you will need to return to the 1st floor to make your comment when you're called upon. So we'll just, if we get to that point, maybe we can take a short break to allow people to come back downstairs.
Sure. If we can just go into the roll call then.
All right, moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney. Here. Commissioner Bradley. Here. Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to go into the agenda status report from Mr. Wilson, but before that, I'd ask that anybody with the cell phones, if you could please put them on silent. Yesterday we had somebody with that ring thing. I won't point fingers, but thank you.
I really like it, though.
Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have one item on our standard agenda, which is the continuation of the housing element rezone amendments, and staff is ready to present on that item today.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move into public comment. This is the public comment of everything that's not on today's agenda. I don't know if we have any speakers in regards to that. I don't see any in regards to what's been handed to me. Oh, we see somebody out there. Okay, why don't you just come up, because I have like a bunch here. And again, this is not as to what's on our agenda today, so. Okay, if you can announce your name, and then I'll make sure.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Otis Califf. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. As the Planning Commission may recall, the Trails community has expressed concern over the proposed 6-month-long closure of the tunnel trail by Southern California Edison. We're pleased to report that SCE has sufficiently addressed the Trails Council's concerns regarding the project and will enable the Trails community to perform trail work to improve front country trail access for the public. Accordingly, the Trails Council will support the project going forward. We continue to believe that the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department can and should do more in its planning processes to address potential impacts to recreational trail users from proposed projects, and to more fully engage with community trail organizations. We appreciate SCE's engagement with Trails Council regarding this project, and we believe it could provide a helpful model for future engagement with the Trails community. The Trails community will have to turn our attention to the Gorner project, which proposes significant damage to the Hot Springs Trail in Montecito.
Thank you.
that's coming up. I have a question about procedure here. There are several members of CRATAC, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, who would like to comment on the housing element. And could you give us a schedule of when public comment on the housing element about what time it may occur?
I don't have that in front of me, but I imagine
11
The director.
o'clock? And were there going to be two comment periods, one early and maybe at the end of the meeting around 4 o'clock?
Are we talking the comment period about what's going on?
The
today's
housing
agenda?
element, yes.
Today's agenda?
So,
Yeah, it'll be
Mr.
after
Chair.
staff.
yeah, Mr. Chair, the procedure is that staff will make a presentation. There'll be an opportunity for Planning Commission questions. Then we will be taking public comment on the rezone sites.
Okay.
And then the Planning Commission will deliberate. So that's how it will flow. So there'll be one opportunity for public comment, and I'm guessing that it will happen later this morning, sometime between 10, 11, depending on the number of questions that come from the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Around 10 and 11 then.
Sometime.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next person, if you could state your name for the record.
May I distribute this to you and the board?
Go ahead.
And this is also for you. Oh, wait, that's for all the board members.
Right, I get it.
And so you're saying I can't have a presentation of this?
No, we have to go, we have to move on to it.
I'll be 2 seconds. It's on online website. Can we please have a website online? Chair?
What are you handing to us is what my figure.
Oh, those are just the documents, official documents from the county on the current status of a bridge. Okay.
Please state your name, though.
Good morning, everyone. I am Diana Sandoval. Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, I'm here again today to discuss a serious public safety concern, an unsafe bridge. As the majority owner of the bridge, this issue directly impacts my property. To recap, in 2018, a pedestrian fell through the dilapidated bridge, resulting in a lawsuit against my property. After the lawsuit, the bridge was reduced to its compromised I-beams. In 2022, they started rebuilding the bridge, and Building and Safety issued a stop work notice due to no permits. In 2023, Building and Safety completed its in-house review of submitted engineering reports, which I provided today to you, board members, commission, and they made a written judgment that a building permit is needed to complete the required repairs to remove the bridge or repair it. To my surprise, 3 weeks ago, construction began again on the bridge. Per SB County Sheriff's Department, construction could resume because the county gave written email permission to rebuild the bridge with no permits. When I alerted Ms. Plowman that construction resumed, the violation status suddenly changed to abated without permits or even a site visit. Please know, this is confirmed because we have 24/7 video surveillance of the bridge. My emails to Ms. Plowman seeking clarification have gone unanswered. This lack of communication, lack of transparency, and apparent backroom deals is unacceptable, especially considering the county is now allowing an unsafe structure to be built without permits. It disregards the legal precedent set by the previous lawsuit, leaving me, the majority owner, potentially liable. My main question is, how can a known safety hazard documented in a lawsuit and by 2 independent structural engineers who noted the bridge as unsafe for pedestrians and motorists be exempted from permits? Ms. Plowman, I'm directly addressing you now. Why is the permitting process seemingly bypassed in this case? Ms.
There's not going to be, this is not a question and answer
Oh, okay.
period.
She
I mean,
can't
you can
comment.
make your statements, but
Okay, so moving forward, Allowing the reconstruction of the bridge without permits possesses a serious safety hazard and undermines the legal process which was put in place to assure us of a minimal level of safety. I urge this commission to take immediate action by, 1, conducting a full investigation into why permits are bypassed in this case, and 2, ensure the bridge's reconstruction adheres to all safety regulations with proper oversights and permits. And there's pictures available at www.unpermittedbridge.com that show you how the bridge was. And it's just at first it was an I-beam construction, I-beams that were corroded, and now it's a bridge with no permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. No other speakers regarding public comment for things that are not on today's item? Are there anyone on Zoom?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any hands up for this portion.
Okay. So then let's proceed into the standard agenda matter. So I'll direct this over to staff.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'll just provide a brief introduction. So this is the second hearing that we are holding on the rezones for under the housing element. Last Wednesday, the commission heard a full presentation on this second step of the process. The first step, of course, was the adoption of the housing element, and this is the second step, the rezones. And took a straw vote on the North County sites, and today is focused on the sites for the Southern California or Southern County region. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Steele or Mr. Bell. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson has something he'd like to provide.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before we move into the staff presentation, we'd like to recommend that if there's been any ex parte conversations that need to be disclosed from last week to today, then we can do that now, and then we can move into staff's presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Staff or commissioners, any ex parte communications that you wish to disclose now? Mr. Reed.
Yes, I did have one conversation. I got a call from Tom Martinez, a board member of the Boys and Girls Club, Santa Maria. He just wanted some clarification. He was confused a bit about the details of the rezone we recommended based on a newspaper article he read, and I clarified that our recommendation for rezone on that property was confined only to the southern 4 acres. He said that was in agreement with their expectations.
And Commissioner Park.
I had various phone calls. Let's see. I think I had a phone call with Laurel Fisher Perez, Gela Ray Macon, council member of the city of Goleta, James Carriaco, Greg Wrights, Montessori, Michael Stolte, and if I've left somebody out, don't take it personally. And my son and daughter-in-law. And my wife asked me about this housing. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Breidlin.
I just had conversations with Jason and Jeff Nelson with the Georgi property and Mr. Kiriako from Goleta City Council, and I think that's it. Actually, I did, no, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Cooney, Commissioner Cooney, I don't see your light on, so I take it none, correct?
None that I can remember.
Okay. And so let's move over to staff then now.
Good morning, Commission. My name's Alan Bell. I'm a supervising planner and oversee the team that's been preparing the housing element. As Ms. Plowman introduced, we met last week with you, and the primary purpose of that meeting was to select a sufficient number of rezone sites in the North County to accommodate the county's RENA, which is split between the North County and the South Coast. And you completed that task. And so today's hearing will focus on the South Coast. Last week, we presented an introduction. The introduction covered some basics about the housing element. We talked about our RENA. We talked about some of the criteria and other factors that have been introduced to help select sites for accommodating our RENA. And then we went through the process of looking at the different sites through the interactive map and then using the balancing act tool to see how the numbers kind of play out. So today's session will be very similar in that we're not going to go over the introductory material again. We're going to jump right into the interactive map, and Ms. Marrero will go through and review the different sites that we have in the South Coast. That'll be followed by a discussion of different developers' letters of intent. So we'll give you an overview of what's been presented over the last week, and actually in some cases over the last few days since your last hearing. So we'll recap that. We'll then talk a little bit about some results from the Balancing Act in terms of public input that we've received. At that point, we'll take your questions, followed by public comment, and then we'll go into and begin using the Balancing Act tool to select sites and compare sites and look at how that compares to accommodating the South Coast RENA. And with that, I think we'll be just about ready for Mrs. Marrero to begin. Okay. So what we're going to do too is we're going to bring up, just as to refresh your memory, we're going to pull up the table that shows the South Coast RENA in terms of, it will show us what our current capacity is in terms of current zoning, pending projects, ADUs, and then it'll show the shortfall. And with that, we have Mrs. Marrero will take things from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and good morning, Planning Commissioners and Chair. So, as Alan mentioned, we will now review the South Coast RENA requirements. As you can see on the slide here, the requirements for the lower income category for the South Coast is 1,766 units before staff added a 15% buffer. For the moderate, it was 1,051 units, and for the above moderate, 1,325 units. Staff applied a 15% buffer to the lower and moderate income categories. It did not apply a 15% buffer to the above moderate due to an excess of sites that the county already has zoned to accommodate that income category. With a 15% buffer, the South Coast needs to accommodate 2,030 lower income units, 1,208 moderate income units, and 1,325 above moderate income units. Staff also calculated what was available in its existing inventory of housing sites, including projected accessory dwelling units, pending projects, and vacant sites under existing zoning, and found that there's a shortfall of 1,667 lower income units, 860 moderate income units, and as I said, a surplus for the above moderate income category. So now we will move to the beginning of this presentation. Here we are. So momentarily, I'll bring up the interactive map again to walk through South Coast sites. This review will cover all 18 South Coast potential rezone sites, all 9 county-owned sites included in the housing element, and 2 South Coast pending projects that have a rezone component. Those are Tatum and Baylord. As Mr. Bell mentioned, several developers of these sites submitted letters of intent to the county in the last week or so, which show alternative development plans and unit counts than those shown in the housing element. I'll note each of those as they come up, and we'll cover all letters of intent following the interactive map walkthrough. We'll now begin the South Coast sites review, starting from the east side of the South Coast, and we'll move west. First up is Baylord. Baylord is a pending project with a proposed rezone component from 3E1 to DR20. It's comprised of 2 APNs and totals 6.98 acres in size. The housing element considered this site part of its existing housing site's capacity and counted 40 lower income units and 128 above moderate income units. This project has submitted a letter of intent with alternative unit counts. After Baylord, we have Van Wingerden 2, which is a 9.68 acre site zoned Ag 110 within the coastal zone and is currently occupied by a nursery and greenhouses. A rezone would change the zoning designation to DR 3040 and could provide 90 lower income units, 45 moderate income units, and 45 above moderate income units. Rezoning the site would require certification by the Coastal Commission. Next, we have Van Wingerden 1, which is 15.1 acres and zoned Ag 15. This site is also currently used for nursery and greenhouse activities. The rezone would be to DR 2030, and staff estimated the potential unit count at 118 lower income units, 59 moderate income units, and 59 above moderate income units. This rezone would also require certification by the Coastal Commission. Next, we have Flag Lot and Probation Building, the first of our county-owned sites. I'll zoom in a little closer. Both of these sites are within the city of Santa Barbara. Flag Lot is 0.22 acres, and the Probation Building is 0.97 acres. Flag Lot is currently occupied by a parking lot, and the Probation Building is occupied by a public building. Staff estimate that Flag Lot could produce 13 lower income units and that the Probation Building could produce 36 moderate income and 12 above moderate income units. Next is Hope Community Church. This potential rezone site is 2.95 acres and partially occupied by a church with some vacant space adjoining the church. It is zoned 8R1. The rezone would be to DR 2030 and could provide 25 lower income units, 13 moderate income units, and 12 above moderate income units. Moving west, we now have the St. Vincent's properties. There's St. Vincent's West and St. Vincent's East. Both sites are vacant. St. Vincent's West is zoned DR1 and is 33.37 acres. St. Vincent's East is zoned DR1 and DR 4.6 and is 15.69 acres. Staff estimate that a rezone to DR 2030 on both parcels could yield 100 lower income units on the west property and 75 lower income units on the eastern property. Next is the county-owned juvenile hall site. This site is 11.08 acres. It's occupied by the former juvenile hall building and is currently zoned rec. It covers 3 APNs. Staff estimate the unit potential on this site as 45 moderate income units and 30 above moderate income units. West of Juvenile Hall are the sites between Page and Fire Station and the food bank. The former is 0.72 acres, zoned rec, and could yield 18 lower income units. The latter, the food bank, is also zoned rec, and staff estimate this site could yield 14 lower income units. North is the Calle Real campus property, where we have the Child Family Services lot on the upper portion, the Archives parking lot, and the above Be Well Wellness Park deck. All of these sites occupy different parts of the same APN and are all zoned rec. The Child Family Services lot is 0.47 acres and could provide 18 lower income units. The Archives parking lot is 1.49 acres and could provide 59 moderate income units, and the above behavioral wellness park deck is 0.98 acres and could provide 39 lower income units. Moving west again, we have San Marcos Growers 1 and 2. These sites are both zoned Ag 1-5. San Marcos 1 is 27.37 acres and San Marcos 2 is 5.7 acres. The developer for these sites has a builder's remedy application submitted to the county, which details 796 above moderate income units and 200 lower income units. The developers have since submitted a letter of intent, which also includes 50 moderate income units. North of San Marcos Growers 1, in purple, is Tatum. Tatum is the second of the pending projects we're covering in this review. Tatum is 23 acres in size and is currently vacant. This site is a pending project with a proposed rezone component to DR 2030 and which has submitted a letter of intent. The housing element counted 57 lower income units and 275 above moderate income units for this site. Next, and adjoining San Marcos 2 on the east is Montessori. On the west. Montessori covers 3 APNs and totals 11.4 acres, and it is a potential rezone site currently zoned Ag 1-5. This site has inactive agriculture and a single-family dwelling on site. Developers for this site submitted a builder's remedy application after adoption of the housing element update. They also submitted a letter of intent with updated unit estimates. South of Montessori is McCloskey Leland. This site is 6.95 acres in size, and a rezone would convert it from its current Ag 1-5 zoning to DR 3040. Staff estimates that this could yield 100 lower income units, 50 moderate income units, and 50 above moderate income units. Moving west is the Eastern Goleta Valley Urban Agricultural Block. This area contains Georgie, St. Athanasius, Scott, Eckville, Caird 1, 2, and 3. All of these sites fall either partially or entirely within safety zones 2 or 4 in relation to the Santa Barbara Airport. Like with the North County rezone sites, staff accommodated these safety zones in their unit projections for each site. Georgie is 64.8 acres and zoned Ag 110. It's currently occupied by an orchard and crops. The county would rezone this site to DR 3040, and the housing element estimated that this site could provide 300 lower income units, 456 moderate income units, and 456 above moderate income units. Developers for this site submitted a builder's remedy application as well as a letter of intent with different unit counts after adoption of the housing element. This site falls partially within Safety Zone 2. St. Athanasius is immediately east of Georgie. It's 20.56 acres and also zoned Ag 110. This site would be rezoned to DR 3040 and could yield 150 lower income units, 75 moderate income units, and 75 above moderate income units. This site falls partially within safety zones 2 and 4. Next are Scott and Eckville. Both sites are zoned Ag 110. Scott is 9.38 acres and is used as a landscaping materials yard. If rezoned to DR 3040, it could provide 123 lower income units, 62 moderate income units, and 61 above moderate income units. Eckville is 8.23 acres, currently occupied by crops, and if rezoned to DR 3040, could provide 109 low income units, 55 moderate income units, and 54 above moderate income units. Both Scott and Eckville are partially within Safety Zone 4. Next are the Caird properties, all of which are zoned Ag 110. CARED 1, 2, 3, and EQUIL submitted a letter of intent, which will be covered after this interactive map portion of the presentation. CARED 1 is the smallest of the CARED parcels at 15.22 acres. This site is currently used as a nursery and greenhouse activity like its neighbors CARED 2 and 3. The county could rezone this site to DR 2025, and the housing element estimates a potential unit of 96 lower income units, 48 moderate income units, and 48 above moderate income units. CARED 2 is 15.85 acres, and the housing element estimated this site could produce 38 lower income units, 19 moderate income units, and 19 above moderate income units. Both CARED 1 and 2 are fully within Safety Zone 4. CARED 3 is the largest CARED property at 60.83 acres. This parcel falls partially within the coastal zone. The county would only rezone the inland portion of this site to DR 2025 under the rezone, leaving the coastal portion within Ag 110 zoning. In the housing element, staff estimated that CARED 3 could yield 195 lower income units, 96 moderate income units, and 97 above moderate income units. CARED 3 is covered by a combination of airport safety zones 4 and to a lesser extent 2. Moving away from the urban agricultural block, the county identified Friendship Manor as a potential rezone site in the Isla Vista area. Friendship Manor is 1.2 acres in size and is currently zoned SRH 20, high density student residential. It's currently a vacant lot used unofficially as a parking lot. The rezone would be to DR 3040, and the county could count 18 lower income units, 9 moderate income units, and 9 above moderate income units on this site. This rezone would require approval by the Coastal Commission. Lastly, on the south coast, we have Glen Annie. This site consists of 3 APNs, all of which are zoned Ag 240. The site is currently used as a golf course and altogether takes up 94.7 acres. If the county rezoned this site to DR 5 and DR 2030, staff estimates that the unit potential could be 300 lower income units, 350 moderate income units, and 350 above moderate income units. Glen Annie submitted a letter of intent with alternative unit estimates. Rezoning this site would require a change to the urban-rural boundary line. And with that, this concludes the overview of South Coast rezone and county-owned sites. So I'll now return to our PowerPoint presentation. The table on this slide shows a summary of the South Coast developers who submitted letters of intent following the developer workshop on March 19th. The upper moderate income category targets workforce demographics, but for purposes of meeting the RHNA, these units fall into the above moderate income category. Baylord and Tatum have been updated to show 50 lower income units and 110 lower income units, respectively. San Marcos includes 50 moderate income units. Georgie includes 120 moderate income units and 60 targeted workforce units. Montessori has 23 lower income, 69 moderate, 23 workforce units, and 344 above moderate units. The CARED 1, 2, 3, and EQUIL application came in with 250 lower income units, 50 moderate income units, 180 upper moderate income units or workforce units, and 720 above moderate income units. And Glen Annie's application has 210 lower income units, 108 moderate income units, 200 workforce targeted units, and 482 above moderate income units. The graph on this slide shows the top 10 sites included in housing plans from the public in Balancing Act submissions. The South Coast saw 141 plans submitted to the county. The numbers on the left show total submissions for each site. The percentages on top of each bar show the percentage of times that site was selected out of the number of total submissions. That is, a percentage out of 141 submissions. You can see from the graphic that Cared 3 was selected the most times and was chosen 62% of times. Unfortunately, some sites were not able to be selected for a period of time due to their builder's remedy applications, including San Marcos Growers, Georgie, and Montessori.
So, thank you, Ms. Marrero. I wanted to also explain to the Planning Commission that we have made some minor adjustments to the Balancing Act. What we did was in line with how we've been approaching the housing element and our pending projects. We updated the information regarding the low income and the moderate income for Baylord, Tatum, and San Marcos growers because they had been identified in our housing element as pending projects. We have not updated assumptions about the other projects at this point, and ever using the base assumptions that the county had identified in our housing element that was adopted in December. So that's just background information for the Planning Commission. There may be some questions about, based on seeing some of the letters of intent, that some of those sites might not develop at those assumptions. But what we will, if that does occur and we fall below meeting our RENA numbers at any time during the 8-year cycle, which is what's required now, the county would have to go back in and consider rezoning additional sites. But it's very unpredictable process. Development is unpredictable, so we don't know how many of these sites will develop out, even in the full 8-year cycle. And so that approach, I think, will give the county as much flexibility, but we will still be required to meet our RENA throughout the 8-year cycle. I'm happy to answer any questions, and staff's happy to answer any questions about the presentation.
Commissioner Briley?
Can you please just repeat that? I am honestly completely overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I've actually looked at this for a long time. So
Sure.
between going through the Balancing Act side by side, which is very thorough, but I'm a little bit confused. So just repeat what you just said, because you adjust a Balancing Act for a couple LOIs, but not all of them, or just say it again.
So that's correct. So we have 3 properties that were pending projects, and San Marcos Growers kind of straddled where we were with the housing element, so their project ended up being included in the housing element that we submitted to the state. So on those 3 properties, we got letters of intent that said they would increase lower income and add income units. So we have updated the Balancing Act to reflect those because of how they were identified in the housing element. We have letters of intent on a lot of other sites, but they were not included in the housing element as projects. And so we have left the base assumptions of 50% lower, 25% moderate, and 25% above moderate for those sites as we work through the Balancing Act. We are uncertain of how any of these sites will ultimately develop out. The letters of intent are only letters of intent. They're not binding. So that's the approach that we have taken. If we end up falling short because those assumptions are higher than we can end up meeting, the county will have to come back at some point in the future and rezone additional sites. But it's one way to make sure you don't over-rezone property and that there's land available for the next cycle of the housing element.
Yeah, just one follow-up question on that. So the state's process, do we have any sense of what that is? I mean, is there like a year period after the HCD final certification of the element that says, oh, we need your data How many have you, and is it how many have you permitted or how many have actually been built? Because frankly, I'm concerned, and I think everybody's concerned that our county and our professional community probably can't generate these at the pace that probably the state would like them. We're just a smaller county. So architects, engineers, and everything are going to be in short supply. What is the timing when HCD will ask for that evidence?
Right. So Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, as the commission is aware, the county is only required to rezone sufficient land to meet our RENA allocation. We are not held responsible for the production of those units, but we are required to be reporting on the units that come through, and we do that in our annual report to HCD. And then when those projects come in for building permits, that's when we report to them. We will report on the levels of income and the total units. And if at some point in year 5, we have seen projects develop at lower affordabilities than we had assumed, and we are now don't have enough land in our supply to meet the RENA allocation at all income levels, then we would have to come back and rezone at that point. And in fact, we have a policy that's built into the housing element that says if we go through, and we have a 15% buffer too, to try and prevent that from happening. But we have a policy in the housing element that essentially says if we go through our 10% of our 15% buffer, and we're now at 5%, we will initiate the rezoning process mid-cycle. So because you only have 180 days to take action, if you drop below with your land, sufficiently zoned land, below any income level. So if all of a sudden the remaining vacant land that we had wasn't at high enough densities to meet our lower income or our moderate income, we would have to come back and rezone additional land at higher densities.
Okay, but this is all at year
It's
5,
it's
right?
very
You give them
unpredictable.
annual reports, and then year 5 is kind of like the guillotine. Okay.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say at any point, if we dropped below what our required RENA allocation is in each income level, we would have to come back and start looking at rezoning additional properties.
Okay.
I don't know when that's going to happen or if it's going to happen. It's variable, right? We don't know what interest rates will do. We don't know what construction costs will be. We just don't know. So we don't know how many projects are going to build out and how quickly that will happen.
But you said, and I'm sorry, I should say it through the chair and all this stuff, but hopefully this elaborates for everybody, is when they are in for permitting or maybe when the permit is issued, not necessarily when they're constructed. That's a key.
It's building permits.
Okay.
It's building permits. So it's not approvals because a project can get approved and then sit for a good amount of time before somebody builds it. So it's when we issue building permits, that's when we count.
Okay. And one last question, and I'm sorry because I know other people have questions too. If a project comes in and they have, 1,000 units and they actually want to phase it because part of this is just the sheer immense quantity in a quick period. How do you think HCD would look at that? Say, there's a phase project. We're poised to issue permits for 30% of them, and the other 2 phases may take between 4 and 7 years out. Whether we get credit for that, do you think?
Well, we'll get credit for it. I mean, we're not required to produce these units. So when we give building permits, we will get credit for that.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I would just add in a phase situation, we would normally require that the phasing have the required proportionality of affordable units, so they couldn't phase all the market and then defer the affordable to later down the road. It would have to be proportional through the phases.
Good detail. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tuttle.
Commissioner Park.
I have 3 questions. They won't be as long as the ones I had last week. First is on zoning densities for the private projects. I noticed there's some that are 2030, relatively fewer, and some are 3040. Some of the 2030s are on big parcels, but some appear to be on a small parcel, and I'll focus on St. Vincent. It seems like both St. Vincent West and East are recommended to be zoned at 2030. Why not 3040 so we can get some more affordables?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, one of the steps we took when we looked at sites is we did make a preliminary analysis of any constraints on the sites. So in some cases, like St. Vincent's, we did note that topography and some other factors would limit the amount of development that could realistically occur on that property. So in those cases, we didn't apply the higher density of 3040. We dropped it down to what we thought would actually be realistic. So what you're seeing there is really a reflection on our attempts to present to HCD and the public what realistically could occur on those property given existing constraints.
Did you have flexibility on height limits to adjust for densities, even though you didn't have as many flat sites to build on?
We did consider height, but again, we looked at it from a standpoint of the level of constraints and really what we thought would be realistic to present to HCD. So height is one of the factors, but again, we didn't automatically just go in and assume, well, there's constraints, so therefore we would go with 6-story buildings, for example. We tried to use a more constant or consistent approach as we analyzed each site.
Okay, thanks. More zone density question on the county sites. Now, right now, there's no zoning on those sites, right? Because they're county sites. There's no zoning that would apply to under law. But there will be zoning that applies under law because presumably the county will partner with private developers and will be looking at densities, right? And zoning?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. So how those sites development is a bit uncertain, how they will develop it is uncertain at this time. So for example, we have sites within the city of Santa Barbara. The county is not required to follow city zoning in that case. The county can do as it pleases. So that's also true with sites within the unincorporated area. So as some of this plays out, depending on whether the county decides to surplus the land and sell it, or whether they plan to retain it themselves, that would affect whether or not a rezoning is warranted or not.
Well, so what I believe I heard in Ms. Morero's excellent presentation for the county sites was the estimated number of housing units, but I don't believe I heard any zoning recommendations. And I'm just wondering if we're going to be making zoning recommendations or not on those sites.
Yeah, Commissioner Park, the chair. So what we did is we worked with General Services and the CEO's office to come up with estimates on the number and affordability of units on the county-owned sites. I mean, the county can, since they own those lands, they can actually determine what the capacity should be and the densities and the affordability. So in those cases, we followed and worked with General Services and the CEO's office to come up with those numbers.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, the county isn't subject to its own zoning. So we do not have to rezone county-owned parcels
Okay.
in the inland area.
Which leads to my next question, as well as the reference to the CEO's office and General Services. The more I think about this, the more, frankly, ridiculous it seems to me to be estimating above moderate sites for the county lands, given the incredible need we have for moderate income housing as well as low income, and the distinct possibility, if not likelihood, that we will not get enough moderate housing from this whole rezone process. And if I'm inclined, and I'm pretty much inclined, to recommend the juvenile hall site, for example, with all moderate income, as opposed to a significant portion for above moderate income, is there anything from stopping the Planning Commission to make that recommendation to the board?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, there is no constraint. The Planning Commission can make recommendations regarding the levels of affordability on the different county-owned sites. I think I would just like to add the reason behind including above moderate was because there was uncertainty about the ability to fund some of these projects. There is currently a workforce housing study that's underway through the Community Services Department that includes the county-owned sites. And that study will identify ways in which then the types of partnerships that could occur to develop these county-owned sites. So that will provide more information, but certainly the Planning Commission can make recommendations about those assumptions.
I'm going to make one final and hopefully short comment on that and then move on to a different question. And that is, I think for every landowner that's an employer, especially the county, the long-range point of view is it's going to benefit county and county employees to be building those out as moderate income, not above moderate. I think that's the responsible way to look at it. But let me move on to my last question. It's on the builder's remedy. For me, in making selections, one factor I've included is are sites builder's remedy or not, and that's not to punish them, okay? It's to look at flexibility for them. So again, and I've stated this before, I don't think builder's remedy applications should be considered a stigma for these projects. But in looking at this, my understanding is that as a general rule under the government code, ag parcels or parcels protected for ag are not able to benefit from the builder's remedy unless they are, in fact, disabled from fully participating in our agriculture given the surrounding parcels. And I thought that was, if you have an ag parcel, to be really simple, and it's surrounded on 3 sides with non-ag, then it's eligible for the builder's remedy. And I note in looking at this map that some of these parcels don't seem to meet that requirement, if that is indeed a requirement, to be eligible for the builder's remedy. So I'm wondering, has P&D vetted these applications to determine that they are in fact eligible for the, or are you just sort of hands off until such time as those things be up to you for approval?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. With each application, there's been some, I would say, initial vetting. However, it's important to point out that the way the law is set up with builder's remedy, the issue of whether it's surrounded on 2 or more sides by agriculture is really a basis for denial as opposed to eligibility to apply. So theoretically, someone has the ability to submit for a builder's remedy application and go through the process at their choosing. But if they are in fact surrounded on 2 or more sides by agriculture as the criteria sets forth, that could be a basis for denial of the application. There's some that are clearly fall out, others that there's still some question that remains, and applicants have been advised where there's the potential issue, but again, it's if they want to proceed through that process, that's at their discretion.
Gotcha. Thanks. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I had a number of questions. Well, actually, my first question, Commissioner Park touched upon it. I was a little concerned with the county sites. Obviously, our greatest task is 1,667 lower income units, and I was struck by, in both instances, Juvenile Hall, the 11-acre parcel, only targeted for moderate and above moderate. I can understand the motivation of a private developer toward moderate and higher income parcels, since ultimately they may be, I think, a little more profitable. But in the county's case, I was wondering why they have any bias at all against just making all the county lower income parcels.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, I think, as I indicated, there was some discussion about there may be a need to provide some source of funding to help produce the lower and moderate units. That's one reason why you would have above moderate. The reason why you would include moderate is because those units are hard to come by. And there is no subsidy for moderate units. And so the county is an entity that can actually build those units. And we fall short in some circumstances on those moderate units. And so we wanted to make sure that the county sites had some moderate units to make sure that those units actually were produced.
Okay, thank you. Second, I notice in the, well, obviously we had a very robust number of public comment letters and things, and one of the uniform objections we see most often near Carpinteria is they're citing the urban ag boundary. Do we have some map that actually indicates approximately where that line is drawn, or is it set on a parcel by parcel basis? Is there an overlay that shows it on either of these maps? I think that could be valuable later on when we're looking at those plots and seeing if that line, which was set obviously some time ago, is still entirely relevant in terms of other development that's occurred in the interim.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner
Commissioner-
Reed. Yeah, go ahead.
Pardon me, Commissioner Reed, through the chair. Mrs. Marrero can pull up a map and we can actually go through. There aren't too many sites that are in that circumstance. We would have Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2 in the Carpinteria Valley are the primary sites where we would have to make that shift, but also Bayard is the third one. So Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2 are rezones. Bayard is a pending project, but they would all require a shift in the urban area boundary.
So where is the boundary?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, it's a little bit hard to see on this map, but we have turned on the incorporated cities layer, which is shown in like a gray, and right to the south of Bayard where it adjoins, that is the city of Carpinteria, and that would be considered an urban area. And then if we were to go to the Van Wingerden 1 and 2 sites.
Ms. Marrero, can you go back to Bayard and just blow that up? There's a dark gray line that, and then goes south from there, west, and then you can see it. That's the urban boundary line. Unfortunately, it should be red so you could see it, but this property just sits on the very edge of the urban boundary line.
I'm sorry, and doesn't it follow the city of Carpinteria
It does.
Incorporation line?
It
That
does.
kind of helps.
Yeah.
For context.
And Commissioner Reed and Chair Reed and Commissioners, yeah, if we were to go to the other Van Wingerden sites, there's a similar situation there. With Van Wingerden 2, you can see it a little bit. Van Wingerden 2 directly adjoins the city of Carpinteria on at least one side, and the urban-rural boundary follows that. The urban-rural boundary is on its eastern side. And northern as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then if we were to go to Van Wingerden 1, you can see here that not only does it adjoin the city of Carpinteria to the south, but it also adjoins the county urban area to the east, which is indicated by the orange mapped area.
Commissioner Reed.
So can you trace the urban line for us just on this exhibit?
I think if you turn the aerial off, Ms. Marrero, I think it'll be easier to read. We've given each of the commissioners a snip of this map on we handed it out this morning. And if you look at that, you can see that gray area. That's all urban. So can you zoom out a little bit, Ms. Marrero? Yeah. That gives you, so the gray area and the orange area are both urban. Here we go, over to Bayard. And then, Commissioner Reed, if you look at this particular graphic, you can see where, yeah. Hopefully that makes it more clear.
Thank you. That'll do it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Briley?
Yeah, just one last question. I forgot it earlier. So the Coastal Commission certification of the housing element comes later. And can you just remind me, it was Van Winkerding, Caird, and Friendship Manor? Was that what you listed would have to get updated through the coastal, or the LCPA?
Commissioner Briley, through the chair, that's correct. So anytime we rezone a property within the coastal zone, we have to submit that to the Coastal Commission for certification. So in this case, Bayard would be in that circumstance. Van Wingerden 1, Van Wingerden 2. And then when we go over to Isla Vista, we have one site there, which is the Friendship Manor site. Those would all be required to be submitted and certified by the Coastal Commission before that rezone would go into effect.
And Caird? Part of Caird?
No.
None of Caird, because you're not rezoning that part of it.
Yeah, Caird 3 has a portion of the property, kind of the southern portion is within the coastal zone. So what we did is we chose not to rezone any of the site that's within the coastal zone. The entire site is used for agriculture. So we just said, let's cut the rezone off at the coastal zone boundary. So everything north of the boundary would be rezoned. Everything south of the boundary would not be rezoned. So we would not submit anything to the Coastal Commission for that property that is Caird 3.
Okay, thank you. And I think that Director Plowman mentioned this last time. Did you have some preliminary conversations with coastal staff about these items?
Yes. Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, we have spoken with the Coastal Commission staff. They have expressed support for a few of those sites. They have concerns about the conversion. Although I also have spoken with the new executive director, Ms. Hucklebridge, and who is on the Coastal Commission, about the need for farm worker housing in the Carpinteria Valley. They understand, and I think the Commission has become more aware of the need of the coastal zone. But we won't know until we get there to whether or not we'll support the conversion.
Thank you.
And then just as a reminder, Commissioner Briley, through the chair, so Bayard is currently zoned for residential use, Friendship Manor for residential use. So the agricultural issue does not affect either of those properties.
Commissioner Cooney?
I just want to state that I'm not asking questions at this point because I think these questions are better answered when we're going through the individual projects and would be more beneficial to talk about those things at this time. I can anticipate a number of questions that I have, but I think they'll be answered normally. And I'm also very concerned that we have time for public comment.
I don't see any more questions from the commissioners. So this is going to be the time for the public comment. This is an announcement I wanted to make sure that everybody understood. On those are here. The time to turn speaker slips is going to be before 10:30. Okay. Anything after 10:30. So 10:30 is going to be our first break. We'll take a 10-minute break at 10. Come back. So even if you want to submit your slips or go online before during that process, that's fine. Once we restart after the break, no more. And then we're going to take lunch break at 12, and then that'll be for an hour, and then come back at 1 o'clock. So that we have I am going to say that I'll take the public speakers that are here first, and then we'll take a few of those that are online after 10:40. Probably take about, there's 18 that I understand they're online. So we'll take at least 10 of those off, and then we'll go back to the public that are here, just to be fair in regards to it. And I'm not going to deprive anyone of their public comment. This is government, so it's your turn to speak, and it's going to be 3 minutes. And you don't have to speak the whole 3 minutes, so you know, but we that you have the opportunity and the equal opportunity to be heard. So we will begin today with Gallery Macon. And if you and just for everybody's sake, again, you need to say your name at the beginning, announce yourself, and there will be a timer up here. If I interrupt you, I'm not trying to be abrupt or rude, but I'm trying to be proportionate to all those who are trying to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. My name is Gallery Macon. Annie, and I'm also speaking for Van Wingerden 1 and 2. One, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm a big housing advocate, and I've been very impressed with everyone's proposals and LOIs, just in general. I think they're all on behalf of Glen Annie, I do want to say that I standard, and our LOI reflects everything that we had presented at the workshop, and we have not updated anything. We've just sort of organized chart format, but we feel strongly that there should be low-income housing and workforce housing, and the provision for public open space and recreation and childcare. Very important to us. We've been working on it for a very long time, and we're going to have MOUs that will include these commitments. So these were fully vetted, heart-stakingly presented numbers that we feel confident that we can meet. Otherwise, I'm here to answer any additional questions through the process. Thank you very much. Oh, in terms of Van Wingerden 1 and 2, I know the housing element is broken up into North County and South County, but Carpinteria is its own real area, and putting in Lita does not help the crisis that they have in Carpinteria. They do need housing there. So I just wanted to include that. Thank you.
Commissioner Park, you had a question?
And when you refer to agricultural crisis, I take it you're referring to the, well, there's always several agricultural crises, but one is that there's not adequate housing for agricultural workers in the area, and many are commuting from Santa Paula or even further.
That is correct, Commissioner Park. I've read a statistic that the employees of Carpinteria, it's upwards of 80% of the employees in Carpinteria have to live in Carpinteria and have to commute in. So we have to put the housing in Carpinteria to serve that community. And the farm workers hit the hardest. Thank you.
Thank you. And Georgie, followed by Jeff Nelson.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my name is the Orchard Project that is identified in the housing element and located at the corner of Hollister Avenue and Ward Drive has been owned and farmed by my family for many decades. I was raised in Galena, and after graduating from Davis, returned, farmed the subject property and other properties alongside my father, fourth generation to do so. Site is owned in common with my 4 siblings, all of whom were raised in this community and share a vested interest in making sure that our family's legacy is one of benefiting this community. We have been good stewards of the land over the several generations and continue to be good stewards as we partner with the Nelsons to provide the housing that this community needs. After the county requested our participation in the rezoning process, we eventually partnered with the Nelsons because we've seen them deliver attractive, well-planned and constructed projects that people, young families that are now living in them. The communities developed by the Nelsons are ones we would want to live in. For us, they've been able to do years' worth of work in rapid order and are showing us all what the community stands to gain from the thoughtful development of housing on this property. The project designed for this property checks all the boxes. It has water. It provides a mix of housing types and affordability levels. It provides public and private parks and open space. It provides daycare, and it provides the land needed to finally connect Equil from Ward Drive to Patterson Avenue, which would alleviate some of the demand on Hollister Avenue. That connection, by the way, has been contemplated by the City of Goleta planning since it became a city. We are honored that our property stands to be a part of the solution of the housing crisis. My siblings and their families are now spread out across the state, and the younger generation simply is not interested in farming. We appreciate staff's hard work and yours and the board's time and consideration, and we fully support the rezoning of our property. Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Jeff Nelson, followed by Jerry Foltz.
We have a PowerPoint, so we will see that. Okay. A lightning round PowerPoint. Yes. Hi, Jeff Nelson speaking as a representative for the Orchard Project on the Georgie property. This is classic infill on Hollister near Jobs and Goleta Valley Hospital and Old Town. This is your best new housing site. It has the largest amount of developable land, 60 acres. We've done everything asked of us, including adding a public park and more affordable units. Here's the new site plan. Public park at the bottom, 300 low, which was the max for the state, 120 moderate, 60 above moderate, plus the chamber program. Here's the first version of the new public park proposed since your last meeting at the bottom. It has this project provides great new connections for walkers, bikers, and autos. Here's the circulation and connectivity shown. What have others said? Your housing EIR says Georgie is the environmentally superior alternative, better than Glen Annie or Caird. Listen to the voices in the community resoundingly against Glen Annie with little, if any, comments about Georgie. The Independent said Georgie was the darling of the 10-minute housing presentation. Berkshire Hathaway said the Nelsons can be trusted to do a fine project again, and this one has everything. If your issue is affordable, you need actual affordable numbers, not just percentages. And we have a robust percent of 40, but we've got the highest numbers of affordable, 300 low, 120 workforce, and we've done design to support all that. If your issue is loss of ag, the Ag Advisory Committee supports rezoning Georgie, but not Glen Annie. If your issue is preschools, we've got that. If your issue is traffic, we have top traffic rating in the EIR and no proximity to the impacted local high schools. As to the builder's remedy, this is a real project, not a pitch. It's a positive for those who want housing now to have a real project. BR is uncharted territory, and perhaps we should have a development agreement with the county to sort out the processing path. We're trying to do a great project here, and we have made all the requested planning changes. We're not trying to force an inappropriate project. Importantly, BR may well protect the project from outside disruptive forces that can emerge even against a fine project, as we have experienced multiple times, having been around the block a time or two. So the staff vetted sites deeply. The skipped over infill parcels are not distributed evenly over the 5 districts. The staff found this out in good faith after digging deep. Eastern Goleta was overly impacted by the water moratorium. This site has the best combination of essential elements to support actual development. Please rezone the Georgie site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And now we have Jerry Foltz, followed by John Blair.
Good morning. I'm Jerry's wife, Joanne Foltz, and he's letting me take his time. We are homeowners in the Thunderbird, excuse me, tract, which is adjacent to the San Marcos Growers, Montessori, and McCloskey parcels. I have read through the housing element and would like to point out some of the concerns that we have for those that live in the proposed upzones of San Marcos Growers and Montessori School. The proposed development for San Marcos Growers, Area 2, which is the 5.7 parcel, and the Montessori School property is surrounded by single-family homes no larger than 2 stories or no taller than 2 stories. We ask that no development taller than 2 stories take place on these parcels of land. Montessori and San Marcos Ranch is proposing is very unsettling for our neighborhood, particularly for those that live on San Simeon Drive to Walnut Lane, San Federico, San Lucia, and the Sungate Ranch. According to the County of Santa Barbara Environmental Threshold Guidelines, Sections 3.10, the residents in our area's quality of life will be severely impacted by these upzones. Loss of privacy, neighborhood incompatibility, nuisance noise levels, and increased traffic in our quiet neighborhood. All of these guidelines will be broken if high-density 3- and 4-story apartment buildings are built on these parcels. Would any of you like to have a 3- or 4-story apartment building in your backyard? Please do not let this high-density construction take place on these parcels. Single-family housing or even condos on these parcels would fit well into our current neighborhood. The other concern that we have is the San Simeon Drive being extended all the way through to Turnpike Road. Currently, San Simeon ends at San Marcos Road. If San Simeon is extended to Turnpike Road, it will add another traffic route to go from Turnpike to Patterson rather than taking the Hollister Avenue corridor. There are 4 traffic lights on Hollister from Turnpike to Patterson Avenue. By taking San Simeon Drive to Lassen Drive, or vice versa, drivers can cut out 3 or 4 of those lights. Once the new route is found out, San Simeon will become a new thoroughfare for commuters. Our neighborhood is going to be severely impacted by all the new housing with added traffic, noise, and people as it is. And by adding a new route for commuters, our neighborhood will have even more problems. And don't forget there is El Camino School right there at San Simeon Drive and San Marcos Road. Please do not allow San Simeon to be put all the way through to Turnpike Avenue. Another concern is the easement driveway Montessori School site has on their plans. The only entrance or exit is right near.
Thank you, Ms. Foltz. I have to cut you off
Okay,
right there.
thank
But
you.
thank you.
My husband will be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll have John Blair, and then that's followed by Harry Sloan.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is John Blair, and I'm a member of the project team for San Marcos Ranch. 996-unit multifamily rental community proposed to be built in partnership with the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara County on the San Marcos Growers 1 and 2 site. Last week, we talked about our increase in affordable units in a new neighborhood park and trail. I'd like to briefly recap these highlights. Affordability, we are now proposing 25% or 250 affordable units. These units break down as 200 low-income and 50 moderate-income units. These new moderate units qualify as affordable by state HCD because they are deed restricted and will not exceed 120% of the average median income. It's also important to note that the balance of our market rate units will be upper moderate and not exceed 200% of the average median income as published in the county's maximum monthly affordable rents table. Staying within this upper moderate category helps our local workforce find housing at more reasonable costs. We are also participating in the Chamber's Employee Housing Consortium. Public recreation. As mentioned last week, we are providing 2 acres to the county for a public park which will preserve existing large oaks and specimen nursery trees on the property and complements the 3-acre parkland which the Tatum project is providing to the north to create a 5-acre park. Included in this plan is an off-street walking path which allows Tatum, Montessori, and other nearby neighborhood residents to access the Turnpike Shopping Center and San Marcos High School by foot safely. Lastly, San Marcos Ranch is a true infill location that meets your planning criteria. As I have mentioned, it's the only large parcel proposed for rezone that is included in all 5 of the alternatives in the environmental impact report to meet the county's RENA obligation. I've mentioned we are a local team, and I would like to introduce the owners of the property, the Hodges family. Raise your hands. Brett, Natalie, Sharon, and Lily, who are well-known, long-standing supporters of our community and terrific partners. Thank you for your consideration and excellent work from you and the planning staff, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one.
Commissioner Briley?
Can you outline your addition of the collaborative open space feature that you added since the workshop? I know there was a lot of work with the other owners, but I'm seeing your orange lines in the green space. So can you tell us how that's going to work?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The green space will all be either walking path, which you can see on the far left, which is on the Housing Authority site, and that will continue along San Simeon all the way to the end of the larger property, and it stops at the Vaughn's Turnpike Shopping Center. And the green portion that kind of sits below, that is an oak grove that I've mentioned with the specimen trees. And then the arrow that points up is to the Tatum property, and that's the approximate 3-acre parcel. So our vision in working with the Tatum developers is to create a 5-acre park, kind of a woodland park with walking trails. You can walk your dog, take jogs, picnic, and we'll work with the county to figure out exactly what's going to work best and what you're wanting. And then the other arrow is just for the larger site, pedestrian access into the shopping center to walk over and use the services.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
We good? Thanks.
Harry Sloan, who will be followed by Rain Hun.
Good morning. My name is Harry Sloan. I'm against rezoning the San Marcos property for 3 reasons. One is the intersection of Turnpike and Hollister is already overrun. There's a school there 4 times a day in the morning when the students walk to school and everybody's trying to commute through that intersection, get on Turnpike to get to 101. Then also during lunch, twice before and after, sides again. Walking across the street, taking lunch over at Turnpike, and then in the evening as well when school's out. Overwhelmed with pedestrians, with vehicles. 10 minutes to get through that intersection, which is normal, sometimes longer. And infill development, we're talking 2,000 units. We can put a map of the area.
We have map in front of us.
Okay. Well, Montessori, Tatum, and San Marcos, 2,000 units thrown in that area in an already residential neighborhood. We already have walking paths. So offering us parks really doesn't do much. That's a lot of that southern part is the last remaining agriculture on McAllister can view the mountains. A while back, that was the lead shore that they were trying to protect. The view from their whole area. Farmers market there for us. San Marcos, employees there that were, but that area is a little. It's character of what we expect. It's why we buy, why we live in, to have tractors driving, that farm atmosphere, those open. It's all going to go away. They're talking 3-story condo units, and that will destroy, and it will destroy the character of the neighborhood. The Georgie property is much more able to handle the traffic. At the end of existing, you're not building infill and destroying existing neighborhoods. And all dependent at the end, there's 217 being underutilized for them to get to 101.
Thank you, Sloan. Stop your head. Get your comment. The last, before we take a break, would be Rain.
Hello. I'm Rain Montessori Central School today. I have 2 kids who are enrolled in Montessori. I myself am an alumna of the program. We were founded in 1965, and we're currently serving 220 kids ages 8 through 6th grade with a whole child educational program that's child-directed, blending rigorous academics with a robust social emotional learning platform. And as I test, we cultivate independent lifelong learners. We're best known program in service of local families and the needs for kids 18 to 3 years old. We're ready to 56 to 60 kids in the coming fall. We're the owners of 5050 Hollister property, and we're trying to sell in service of finding a site that's more suited to our needs to grow into location and continue to expand our program. We are asking for zoning from Commissioner today. 11 acres, and over the in service of our own farm school, but that project has just become too intense. We're looking to rezone and partner with Rethink in service of development. We can then find a perfect campus for our own program. Remember, the process as a parent and as a local community member, I'm asking for your support in running so we can continue to the family. Are going to be able to purchase residents with the development. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Just for the commissioners, we're going to be taking our 10-minute break, and we'll be coming back. We're going to start with those who are on one of them. Thank you. Well, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to start right now. If everybody, please take the seats. Could you, yeah. We're back in session. Oh, wait. I didn't know Commissioner Park and Commissioner Riley were. Here comes Commissioner Riley. Park. On. Okay, we'll just hold on for a second. Besides, people are still taking. Get myself organized here. So you have the. So it'll be the first 10. Oh, here we are. Okay. So let's first call the first speaker from our. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our speaker will be Amanda, and then Mindy Fogg.
And I just need to know, is
Can you
the
hear me?
voice is the out that can hear with listening to us?
Can you hear me? Can
They on?
you hear me?
I can hear.
Okay. Is that any better?
Hold on. Is she on? Miss
No, I'm here.
Amanda S.
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you. Can't hear what you're saying.
Uh,
Get close to your microphone.
is this better?
Your full name, and then we'll begin.
Yes, my name is Amanda Sylvie. Your time today. I'm commenting to pose in particular the CARE, and that's the one. Cared one. The reason for this is that it is in a FEMA flood zone and it is protected by 2 creeks on both sides. The flood risk, and actually our neighborhood has to pay flood insurance. It seems ridiculous to put has flooded the last couple times it's rained. With that said, not only that, it's an organic farm that employs several locals and is above just our community. It's something used by every Montecito. It is an important part of the community path, and it's something because of nature and the birds and the Audubon Society. And look, I want Santa Barbara to become Los Angeles. This is not the area for high density. I just lost my home and community in Maui in Lahaina fire. I tell you firsthand what happens when you have too many homes and not enough exit routes. Patterson is already overburdened, and Hollister. It takes sometimes 15 minutes between the freeway and getting through that light. To add hundreds of homes is putting everybody in the community at risk for fire, flood, and tsunami. We are already in a flood zone, and it seems ridiculous when there's so much other properties and parcels that can be safely accommodating these homes and needs for low-income housing. And I do not believe that the CARE is the proper one or safe. I also carbon footprints, and it seems ridiculous to take away, have to bring in trucks and more places outside of our local community for the crops we're growing right here, right now. To keep the quality of Santa Barbara the way that it is, and part of what makes it so beautiful is the open land and farms that still exist here. It's not meant for every part and parcel to be high density apartment and housing. People love our community and drive here and visit here. So I'm really to first and foremost, and it's a flood zone, and it just does not make sense. I also, in the 1990s, the same property, the same owner was trying to convert, and an EIR because it's a safety issue, is a flood and and its use, which is mostly walking pedestrian. So I don't understand how, if it was already in the 90s, why it is and when things changed. In fact, flooding. Thank you for your time.
Speaker will be Robin Cedarloaf, to be followed by Mindy Fogg and Silvers.
Good morning. You folks hear me okay? All right. Appreciate your time. This is a difficult challenge that faces you all in of course, the resident area. My name is Robin Cedarloff, and I'm of the Goleta area code specifically. I'm also a fifth generation from the Goleta in 1874. I have some general comments that pertain to the presentations today. Others may be for something in the future. Bullet through these and particular order of many of these proposed areas way too much. Parking is a huge, and I don't know what, but there should be a minimum per bedroom, if not more, and not per unit. My third point is just more owner-occupied housing. Any way to ensure that the students won't take over a lot of these houses that we're trying to make for residents? And will these carports, in addition to extra secured on-site parking for residents, recreation trailers, other vehicles, and light vehicles, motorcycles, whatnot, secure space for larger items, pedal bikes, surfboards, kayaks, any of those kinds. A couple more would be here, additional play. I love been to say all of what are proposed, and I like the idea of having some park space for the communities. See in the addition public dogs, and I don't think there are any dog parks at all on the south one. And then at least
Thank you, Ms. We have to cut you, just to be fair to everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Historic buildings.
Our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Mindy by Cressida Silvers and Kyle.
Good morning, Chairman and Commission. I'm Andrea, Community Development. On behalf of the city, I appreciate this opportunity to speak today and would like to briefly highlight the points that are to you last week. Based on our review of the proposed project in ER, your commission that would not convert coastal, agricultural, and rural. Proposed rezoning of such lands would be extremely difficult to accomplish in this housing bill. This is because it would conflict with the land use policies of the counties and cities, respect California Coastal Act and Santa Barbara LAFCO. What's more, such your housing element program. In fact, you can achieve the same goal and meet or its requirements by facilitating the development of worker housing on coastal already by your existing coastal zoning ordinance. There are great examples approved, built, and occupied on agricultural lands in Guadalupe and unincorporated Ventura County. Therefore, we urge your commission at this time and instead move forward with truly feasible options. Thank you so much for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you.
Speaker will be Cressida Silvers, to be followed by Kyle Richards and Rayner.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me. I'm Cressida Silvers. I'm a homeowner in the San Simeon neighborhood, and I'm for building more housing, including rent and for purchase. I hope we can pursue that with maxing out these and thousands of units proposed in the corner of San Simeon and Mark. Please consider the totality of what is being proposed there. Minimizing an overall number of units and maximize the percentage and number of affordable units to meet our community's needs. Housing crisis is be no new build. Have more than enough housing that is above moderate and does not serve working community. We double that unneeded category of housing in order to get the bare minimum of affordable housing for the folks already. And I don't subscribe to the notion that and when purchasing a house is out of reach, which it currently is for my family, looking at an affordable and stable rate is a critical need. Local tech companies and UCSB, retirees and young, to name a few. We must prioritize housing for make up the fabric of and essential to its functioning. As it is, every aspect being degraded by services, schools, public spaces and services, retail and restaurants, healthcare, emergency services all suffer from a lack of employees and constant turnover. Not to mention the essential workers who commute in are cut off from their in a natural people living outside in cars and RVs, multiple individuals and families, single rental. Overcrowding is housing that will alleviate it. Let's families here for generations placed completely. This disproportionately hits our Black and Brown communities who have been historically excluded from home due to like race covenants and redlining, exclusion from government benefits like the bill, or stripped of property by eminent, keeping individuals and from building how hard they work. And we still see the effects of the highest rates of home ownership are in the white community, our local communities of color. Support our use of this opportunity. Thank you to prioritize housing that is serves our existing community, provides rental stability, and especially for those who to create thoughtful long-term policies along these lines. A commenter at a previous room right now. Otherwise, we're just doubling down on the huge imbalance damaging our community. Again, for your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kyle Richards, followed by Tristan Gaynor and then Susie Anderson.
Hello, this is Kyle Richards. I'm a City of Galena member, but today I'm speaking on my own behalf, a resident of Old Town Galena. I first want to acknowledge the challenges that you all are all in finding enough land in the arena. I want to say I do support the addition of affordable, but I am particularly concerned about the unfairness and inequity of citing over 2,600 units, representing 47% of the county's RHNA requirements, within one compact area, namely the Patterson Ag Block, which is bordered by 3 City of Goleta streets, Patterson Avenue, Hollister Avenue, and Ward Drive. This includes over 1,200 units on the Georgie property and another 1,400 units in surrounding. To access any portion of these properties, you would need to go over. So there will be an obvious impact on the city and its residents, especially those who live in the immediate vicinity of Old Town and around South Patterson, which, as you may know, is a designated disadvantaged community in the south coast of Santa Barbara County. In particular, I'd like you to consider what impacts developing this area would have access to parks. You may be aware that the city recently added a 4-acre park in Old Town, Johnny Wallace Park, which opened 5 years ago. This park, Old Town, is still underserved by park space with less than 1.5 acres per 1,000 residents. By adding thousands of units immediately to this area, the problem will only be exacerbated. Will the new development of Patterson? By this, I don't mean the open space amenities that would only be used by residents of the development. And I do understand that some developers are showing pretty drawings that include park space for the exclusive use by their residents. That would be open to everyone. Will these developments have public parks that provide parking and are fully accessible to the surrounding community? Residents living in these newly developed areas would have access to the amenities of near Johnny Wallace Park, community in Goleta. Will the city and county residents in the surrounding neighborhoods have unimpeded access to the parks in these rezoned areas? I'm also concerned about the impacts that will be felt on the roads in the area. As mentioned, accessing these properties will require traveling on city Goleta roads that will not benefit by any of the development impact fees or property tax dollars. This includes paving the roads, fixing potholes, providing safe bike and pedestrian access on these routes. With good planning, you would expect that revenue generated development of these properties would help pay for the effects of the development. Problem is
I'm
that
going to have
none
to
of
stop
these
you right there.
funds
It's your
will go
3
to
minutes.
maintain
Thank
county
you.
and city roads.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be to be followed by Susie Anderson and Michael.
Rezone.
Could you please state your name for the record, though?
Christine Rayner.
Thank you.
I encourage you not to rezone the Baylord agricultural property. It's not good planning. It should not take priority over the protection of agricultural land by the Coastal Act. Currently, we have the densest area in the Carpinteria Valley, and we have a real parking prices. That is partly because there was not good planning for public transportation. There is not adequate public transportation. No shopping nearby, and everybody here has to drive. Therefore, we're over the people here at work, most of whom can't be here, or they we have a lot of healthcare workers working here. So they can't be here today, but I will say on their behalf that they are very delayed given the situation that would be made absolutely intolerable by building a few affordable apartments and a 90% market rate apartments with inadequate parking and adding to our parking burden here. The density of this area evacuation a real problem, and increasing the density even more, it would create a very dangerous situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Susie Anderson to be followed, then Kevin Quigley.
Hello, my name is Susie Anderson, and I thank you for this opportunity. My husband and I went to UCSB, and we have lived in Carpinteria for 33 years. I submitted my detailed comment with references to you already. The City of Carpinteria, the Carpinteria Valley Association, and other commenters have done an excellent job of presenting why the Baylor property should not be rezoned. I agree with them. It is in the coastal zone, it is bounded on two sides with ag, and would require the urban-rural boundary to be moved. I also agree with the view that new development of housing in Santa Barbara County should be 100% affordable, workforce, and housing, not market rate for residents in Carpinteria. I agree with County Supervisor Laura Caps's finding underutilized properties and partnering with nonprofits to produce the housing we truly need in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Michael Lazo to be followed by Kevin Quigley, and then Lorelei would be our 10th Zoom call.
A little shaky to begin, but
Just to your discussion. You're on.
So that's Mr. Lazo.
I was juggling. My name is Mike Lozo. I'm from Lozo LLC, and I'm speaking on behalf of Glen and the object to the Glen Annie site, as well as changing to remove Glen Annie, the rural zone. FEIR page 90-355. However, our full comments and our expert comments were only posted online with the agenda. Using the Glen Annie, as well as the three other parcels in the county's rural area, and still be income units target by 100 units and above the moderate target by 274. Doesn't object to the programmatic review that the EIR conducts, but in the context of the proposal, whether labeled programmatic or not, must disclose, evaluate, and mitigate impacts of the probable development patterns, as well as reasonably foreseeable address what they call secondary effects of proposed zoning. Nevertheless, the EIR environmental impact or reasonably foreseeable development of each reason site, especially in regard to that site, the DER to evaluate the site-specific impacts, as our bias recall site making his comment. Proposed products we have any site life and yielded longest to a single survey, being the which is a large problem. Otherwise, on particulate matter emissions, we do appreciate mitigation tier 3. There is no site discussion whether for this like what the supervisors unequipped to compare the relative environmental impacts of in making and its CEQA and there's no reason the city couldn't out to property owners. According to the website, there was strong owner intention to conduct and occupy residential projects. So they have to investigate and bear to investigate potential impacts in terms of being impacts of the given the existing.
Thank you, Mr. Lazo. Put you there because
all right, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Will be my quick will be followed by Lorelei Moosbrugger.
Okay. I'd like to
your name for the record. Yeah.
Kevin Quigley, and I wanted to talk about my neighborhood on San Federico Avenue. My backyard borders the Montessori property, and I've lived in my home almost 40 years. I have a grandson. I chose this home because it's friendly. The wildlife that are there here are all on a name basis. Common concerns in our area include overcrowding, water usage, maintenance, and property values. The development alone would be a nightmare to live. I can't go anywhere. I can't afford to leave my home, buy anywhere else in Santa Barbara. My home estimate has increased significantly, but will probably decrease as the others will with the development of the surrounding property that any of the planning process cares to discuss. I don't know where we're going to go from here. 1,800 units in our backyard is absolutely excessive. And again, the building of the new housing just be a bear to live through. So I just want to state that the housing is excessive for the neighborhood, doesn't blend at all. Most highly regarded is our quality of life, and you can't put a price on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our 10th, excuse me, 10th Zoom speaker will be Lorelei Moosbrugger.
Hello, my name is Lorelei Moosbrugger, and I want to talk about the potential rezoning of the South Patterson Egg area, where nearly half of all the new housing for Santa Barbara County South would be located. And I'm really grateful that you were able to take me as the 10th caller today, because the letter I wrote to the county on the serious health impacts associated with living near airport, a letter complete with links to multiple research studies, does not appear to be in the public comment documents online, despite being received during that public comment period. Now, I understand that the reason this small area is slated for such a disproportionately large number of housing units is because this land could accommodate that high density units per 30, 40 units per acre needed to produce the significant numbers of what are considered affordable housing for low income residents. But I think it's fair to assume that the reason this land is still available to build such a large number of high density units is because it sits within or immediately adjacent to the airport approach zone. Now, given the dominant focus of public concern is really the loss of ag land, I wrote to make all interested parties aware of the abundance of research that demonstrates that locating housing so close to the airport will pose significant health risks to the residents who live there. And with nearly 3,000 units, that number approaches almost 10,000 people. And I anticipated that if people were informed, others would share my concern. However, not only isn't my letter online, but the maps online do not overlay the approach zone on the proposed development. Some maps don't even depict the runway location within the airport property. And importantly, the runway is not depicted on the map being used for the interactive balancing. So it may be really difficult for people to see that the homes proposed would be so close to the airport runway that the distance would be measured in feet, not miles. Now, I was really shocked to see this because, as I stated in my letter and supported with links to evidence, the people who live in areas like the one proposed for rezoning are statistically likely to suffer a multitude of serious health effects, including increases in blood pressure, heart rate, preterm birth, learning disabilities in children, along with lung disease, heart disease, and stroke. In fact, according to a large study out of Germany, people who live that close to an airport have a dramatic increase in risk for heart disease and heart attacks. Other studies emphasize that children, pregnant women, and the elderly are the most vulnerable. And in this case, of course, that would be low-income children, low-income pregnant women, and low-income elderly, arguably our most vulnerable citizens. Therefore, the artist's depictions of these new multi-story housing units are really incomplete without an audio file that starts when those first flights leave around 5 a.m. and continues well into the night as those last airplanes land around midnight. And without air pollution measurements of the ultra-fine particulate matter.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off right there because that's a 3-minute allotted time. Thank you. So that will conclude for the speakers from our Zoom session. Just for this session, we're going to start back with them when we return at 1 o'clock. But I'm going to ask this of those who are on Zoom. Just to be fair to those who we limited slips here for physical speaking. You have to raise your hand right now, and Mr. Villalobos will make a list of those who are raising their hand, and those will be the ones that will be allotted the time to speak after we come back from our lunch break. If you try and raise your hand afterwards, not gonna. That's it. We can't be backdoored here. Okay, so let's start with Vanessa Jackson, and the Vanessa Jackson is going to be followed by Anderson Fuller. Andrew Fuller. Vanessa, please state your name and thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Jackson, and I'm the head of school for Montessori Center School. MCS is an independent school offering a whole child modern Montessori education to children ages 18 months through 6th grade. Like Rain, our board trustee who spoke before the break, I too am an alumna of the school and myself went through our toddler program starting at 18 months, a long time ago. Today, we currently have a waitlist of over 100 children for our toddler program, and we're serving families with working parents from Carpinteria and Summerlin all the way to Solvang and Buellton. We are expanding our toddler program to enroll an additional 24 students this coming fall, and we can continue to expand the toddler program to meet local need in years to come. However, we're running out of space on our current campus for the growing toddler program and our preschool that we provide. Our current campus's property we lease on a short-term basis in Goleta on Fairview Avenue. We have moved the school twice in our 60-year history, and we're eager to build a permanent campus for the school the Montessori Center School can call home and where we can expand access to high-quality early childhood education for Santa Barbara County. We're the owners of the site at 5050 Hollister Avenue. The school purchased the property back in 2008 with plans to develop the agriculturally zoned land as a permanent campus for the school. That school campus project has faced major setbacks and is prohibitively expensive, we've learned, and we've ultimately and alternatively identified that the property is uniquely well suited for residential development with a very high walkability score for potential residents. We're seeking the Planning Commission's support for residential rezoning of the site. And we're proposing to develop the property as a blend of low-income and moderate-income units, as well as market rate units, all for lease. Our intent is to set aside some number of these units for housing for our teachers, roughly 20% of whom are living outside of Santa Barbara and Goleta because of the cost of housing locally. And so we're acutely aware of the need for more low and moderate-income housing, and we want to be part of the solution. Ultimately, our goal is to invest the proceeds from the rezoned property to build a campus for Montessori Center School elsewhere in Santa Barbara and Goleta. And this will allow for us to continue our work to grow our toddler program and meet the immense need across the county for high-quality early childhood education. Thank you so much in advance for your consideration. Like I said, we're really eager to be part of the solution, and our development partner from Rethink, Greg Wrights, will share more about the how of this. Thanks again.
Thank you. Andrew Fuller, followed by Tony Tomasello.
Andrew Fuller here. I will yield. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. So Tony Tomasello, followed by Brent Little.
Hi there, good morning. Planning Commissioners, my name is Tony Tomasello. I'm with RRM Design Group. I'm here representing the Baylard and Tatum projects. I wanted to share a couple of thoughts, and you heard our comments at the North County Planning Commission last week as well, but just to expand on a few of those. Again, I wanted to mention that these projects have been in the works since 2020 for 4 years. These are non-agricultural zoned sites. They're pending projects in the housing element, and they're currently slated for development. With respect to the Tatum project, it is currently zoned DR20, a portion of it, and in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, There's policies related to facilitating its development as a neighborhood residential use. These are surplus lands currently owned by the school districts. They're subject to the Surplus Lands Act as housing. The Baylord site, we have met with Coastal Commission and related to the development of that site, and they generally support the project given its non-agricultural zoning and the fact that it was slated for development as a school site before the Carpinteria Unified School District moved it into surplus lands. Both projects have been deemed complete, but the rezoning affords these projects the opportunity to rethink them to be more in line with the county's housing goals, including more affordable housing, the introduction of moderate income housing on the Tatum site, more cohesive neighborhood design both internally and with adjacent neighbors, specifically for the Tatum site, and the expansion of open space areas. There's been some talk about the builder's remedy process that I wanted to address as well. In order for us to make these improvements, we would need to remove the builder's remedy applications required to make those changes. And that is because the PEIR affords us, kind of lays the groundwork and a foundation for these projects to move forward under the proposed rezoning. So with that, we're here to answer any questions and look forward to the Commission's deliberations. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the speaker. I know RRM is very familiar with doing affordable housing projects, and we've heard testimony today, and we probably will hear more about it, about the concern about parking ratios for these kinds of projects. Can you help illuminate, right now, we're just talking about rezoning, but the rezoning action pulls into it a site plan and a development plan concept. So when we're talking about these ratios of one space for an apartment, what is this, how can I defend that with some of the people in Goleta that are concerned about it? I'm concerned about it too. Can you help me with any kind of standard or citation of
Absolutely.
Or experience?
So my experience is often under the county's code and under density bonus law, we typically assume one space per unit as kind of a minimum required parking. And I will credit the developers of both Tatum and Baylord in that they are shooting for and targeting and have planned and designed for much closer to a 2 spaces per unit parking ratio for both of those projects. I will say, as the letter of the law intends, we have surplus parking on both sites, and that is much closer to what would actually be the parking demand for both of those projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Brent Little, followed by Christy Boyd.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and Red Tail Multifamily Land Development. I'll try not to repeat too many things that Tony just said, but I will be talking about both projects. Our development team has been studying both sites for over 4 years. During that 4-year period, we've had the chance to study all aspects of civil engineering, land planning, traffic, architecture, and every other study needed for the development. And because of all these studies, it's allowed us the opportunity to start on a project and deliver a project much sooner than maybe any of the other projects that are currently being listed. In addition to that, we've been working with the Housing Authority for that entire 4-year time period. And I mention this because our project was an affordable housing project before the housing element ever made it a goal. So our intentions have always been for this to be an affordable housing project. The Tatum project is 25% affordability, and we've added 5% since our last hearing. The Carpinteria project sits at 27% affordability. We've met with a number of the Carpinteria stakeholders. We understand that they prefer a far less dense option or no units at all. At the same time, the carrying capacity of our project is significantly more than our development. So we've tried to balance those two competing factors to come up with an equitable solution for a fair share of housing in this area of the county. I should also note that both projects, again, are not ag, and they're pending projects. They are, let me think here, they're surplus land. They're ready to go. They are, have been contemplated for development for some time, and this is good planning policy. Regarding the oak woodland on site, we have a significant amount of oak woodland on the Tatum property. It's our goal to work with our neighbors on that and develop a good circulation plan and connectivity there. Our goal would be to dedicate it to the county for a public space. We hope that staff will continue to work with us on that plan. And lastly, I want to say regarding the urban-rural boundary or near Carpinteria, the entire city boundary is the urban-rural boundary. So if you're saying you can't step over that and put development, you're really saying you can't put development anywhere in that area. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Little, I've heard from you a few times on this dais, and I'm going backwards now to, I think, of an early presentation of the Baylor project. What is the role, if any, of the Carpinteria School District in terms of that property now?
So they are the land seller. They're the landowner of the property, and they designate the property surplus land, similar to SBUSD. So they designated it, and by state law, they're required to offer it for affordable housing. And so that's the connection between both properties, really.
And the Housing Authority is filling that role?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
So Christy Boyd, followed by Laurel Perez.
Hello, and thank you for taking the time to listen to the residents of Santa Barbara County regarding the upcoming potential rezone properties. My name is Christy Boyd, and I live near the proposed Red Tail development on Baylord Avenue. My home is located in the urban-rural boundary between the highest population density in Carpinteria and 10-acre avocado ranches. This neighborhood has over 500 condominium units, with the urban-rural boundary separating the two distinct land uses. When you look at the aerial view of this proposed rezone, you see that the property is bordered on two sides by avocado ranching. The current zoning on the 7 acres is 1 residence per 3 acres. This zoning designation was put into place decades ago as a byproduct of good planning decisions by Santa Barbara County and the city of Carpinteria. The urban-rural boundary has multiple functions: to protect the dense urban dwellers from farming methods that may be detrimental to large residential areas. This boundary also protects the ranchers from urban issues that might affect their ranching, such as trespassing and theft. The 7-acre piece in question sits importantly in that boundary. It has been farmed for over 150 years and is currently home to an organic farm. The soils are listed as prime and subprime, and the current farmer who farms all over the county says that these soils are his most fertile and productive. The farm's bounty has been used in Carpinteria schools to feed school children and supply our local farm cart. Placing 183 apartments on this sacred land is wrong for so many reasons. Destroying this link in the urban-rural boundary is growth-inducing for the other portions of the boundary. It will potentially expose the new 250 to 450 residents of this development to the pesticides and herbicides that are routinely used on these surrounding avocado ranches. The current residents of the nearby housing will lose all of their view sheds. The development will add hundreds of cars to an already dangerous situation in this area. In addition, the 3-story buildings being proposed will be the tallest buildings in the area. I understand the burden that the state has placed on all the cities and communities in California. These RHNA numbers are not based on our community's historic planning. They fly in the face of good planning decisions. I believe that in 10 years, if these RHNA numbers are used as development guidelines, we will look back at these untenable numbers with regret and remorse. Carpinterians value their small beach town character with a rich history steeped in agriculture. You have in your packets over 70 letters from Carpinterians who vehemently oppose this rezone for strong reasons. The City of Carpinteria's lead planners have sent you multiple letters opposing this project as it sits on the boundary between the city and the county. Our mayor and city council have sent you a formal letter in unanimous opposition to this rezone and
Thank you. I'm going to
development.
have to cut you off right there. The 3 minutes have expired.
Can I have one more sentence?
In all fairness, we gotta stop it there. Thank
We have
you.
over 200,
Ms. Perez.
okay, thank you.
No problem. I understand. Huh? Yeah. Followed by James Kisiako or Kiriakum.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Laurel Perez with SEPS Land Use Consulting, representing the Caird family and home builders, the Chadmar Group. The Caird Equil properties involve approximately 60 acres of buildable land area. This is area outside of creek buffers and outside of flood hazard areas. The plan contains approximately 1,200 homes in the form of 2, 3, and 4-story townhomes with 2-story single-family homes adjacent to the existing single-family neighborhood to the east. Our project has always been designed to bring a diversity of housing to local employees and includes a 40% affordable and below market rate component. Of this 40%, 25% would be provided, or 300 homes, provided in partnership with People's Self-Help Housing at low and moderate level affordable housing, a portion of which will be for sale. An additional 15% of the homes, or 180 homes, would be provided in partnership with local major employers who will purchase homes for employer-subsidized housing for sale to their employees at upper moderate and below market rate levels. These homes will be maintained at these levels, the affordable levels, in perpetuity. In addition to the 40% at varying ranges of affordability, we have been approached by several other employers interested in purchasing smaller numbers of homes as employer-subsidized homes to help retain and attract employees. The project would participate in a local preference program for the balance of the market rate for sale homes and is a proud member of the Chamber's Housing Consortium. Importantly, the project includes an 11-acre public park in addition to new public trail connections to the Atascadero Creek and bikeway network. Regarding the public park, we are exploring a wide range of options with respect to recreational use, with maintenance being paramount. The project also includes ample community amenities, including swimming pools, gym facilities, picnic and gathering spaces. In compliance with the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan policies, the project retains approximately 20 acres of the existing Caird Nursery in production on the coastal zone portion of the property. The Caird Nursery is not an in-the-ground agricultural operation and is housed in greenhouses on concrete and asphalt surfaces. The 50 to 70-year-old greenhouses could be replaced elsewhere in the state-of-the-art structures on approximately half of the land area. Finally, the property has been awarded public water through the courts that meets 100% of the project water demand. The property is not located in the high fire hazard area. It is located in the heart of the urban core within walking distance to thousands of jobs. We are not a builder's remedy project. We will go through the public review process, allowing decision makers to condition the project as appropriate. We thank you for your time, and we appreciate your commission and your staff's attention to this important matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Mr. James Kiriakum, followed by Brad Christensen.
Thank you. James Kiriako, Goleta City Council member for the 2nd District, which includes Old Town, Rancho Goleta Mobile Home Park, Samita Gardens, basically everything south of the 101 from Patterson all the way to Target. And so as someone that went through this process last summer in terms of going through the rezones and completed the process last December, I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for what you're about to do, because you're about to make a whole bunch of people feel less than happy with the outcome, is my sense. And that's unfortunate, because I think at the end of the day, our community does need housing. But it's important when we're providing that housing that we take into account the cumulative impacts of growth and make sure to the maximum extent feasible that those cumulative impacts of growth are distributed as evenly as possible throughout the region, accounting for things also such as transportation infrastructure and other, where the jobs are, other considerations. I'm not up here today to say not in my backyard to housing. I'm here to say yes in my backyard to a lot of the housing that's near my district, but not all of it. I can be supportive of the CARED project. The City of Goleta is embarking on Project Connect, which will provide a lot of transportation infrastructure and also some flood control improvements to that corridor in that area. Roundabouts, bike and pedestrian improvements that I think will work really well with the CARED project, with the St. Athanasius project, the Scott parcel, the Equal parcel. If you select those parcels, out of the total RENA assignment to the unincorporated county north and south, you would end up with about a quarter of those units along the border of my district. So I think that is a fair, perhaps maybe a little bit more than fair allocation to the neighborhood that I represent in terms of what the impacts will be. But I don't think my district should be expected to take all of the housing. And I don't think the City of Goleta should be expected to take all of the housing nearby. One comment on the Georgie project, the orchard. That is the only parcel that's in the South Patterson Ag Block that is primarily orchards, the lemon orchards that made the Goleta Valley famous. Much like Carpinteria wants to protect their small town feel, Goleta wants to protect its small town agricultural feel. And it's important that all of us be in this together so that we can all come through it together, plan for what's right for our community, take care of our community. My concerns with the Georgie project are primarily that rather than be the gateway to Old Town and really embrace Old Town, it still feels like it's kind of on the side. And I'll give you an example in my last 22 seconds here. If you look at the concept drawings, they talk about a bakery, they talk about a farm-to-table market, and they talk about a coffee shop being along that Hollister frontage. Old Town has all of that already. We got Santa Cruz Market, we got Goleta Bakery, et cetera, et cetera. What we don't have is a pharmacy. And on their 64 acres, they cannot find a pharmacy.
I'm gonna have to
I think
stop
that's
you.
a missed opportunity.
I'm gonna have to stop you there. Thank you.
Question.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Kiriakou?
Mr. Bradley?
Wait,
Commissioner Bradley has a Commissioner.
like I don't have enough numbers in my head already, but when the City of Goleta had to go through its housing element update, how many sites, how many units did you have to accommodate under your RENA?
1,837, which was twice what we had gotten the previous cycle, but that was also kind of a theme. Santa Barbara, for example, got 8,001 units. So if you look at the broader picture, everyone's having to take impacts. Goleta had to take 1,837 units. We were able to plan those units away from county borders. We distributed the sites for the housing pretty evenly across the city, but one thing I think you'll experience through this process is people really focus on the rezones. We primarily put our rezones in the western end of Goleta. That received a lot of opposition. If you primarily put all of your rezones in one place, you're gonna get a lot of feedback.
Okay, and one other question, because this has come up from members of the public and actually the commission too. I think staff has told us that no agency is allowed to upzone for mixed-use functions when there's long-term leases. So you have some beautiful, commercial corridors on Kyriel and Hollister. Do you face that same restriction from the state also?
We do, and ultimately, I'll give you an example. The Yardy site in the city of Goleta on South Fairview, very close to the airport. That is a commercial property. I think it's zoned for business park. We were able to accomplish what we needed to accomplish by working with an interested property owner and do a affordable housing overlay for that site. So that site we expect to eventually yield about 374 units. Subject to change, it's very early in the process. They're trying to get their plans in, get their projects submitted, I think, in the next month or so. So that's something we have dealt with. What the city of Goleta did was, rather than just upzone all of our commercial and just call it good, We did that, but we didn't do that expecting us to get low-income housing out of it. But before you have ownership interest, sometimes you have to create ownership opportunity. If you look at La Cumbre Plaza, it got upzoned in 2013. The family that actually bought it and decided to do a development there didn't purchase it, I think, until around 2020. So sometimes, even if you're not trying to get to your affordable, it's good to just plan ahead, get it into your sites inventory, even if you're not assuming affordability. It at least gets it in the hopper. One thing I'll say that was nice about your housing element, you do at least identify some of these opportunity sites, call them out. You haven't upzoned them, but you at least kind of flag them for the community to say, hey, the county would like to work with you here. We're not taking credit for it, but you might consider it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So Brad Christensen, followed by Jonathan Cornelius. Okay. Jonathan Cornelius, you're up. Followed by Bonnie Munch. Munch? Please state your name and thank you.
Sure. Jonathan Cornelius from 745 Glenannie Organics. I'm here today to speak out in opposition against the rezone of the Glenannie Golf Course. We're immediately adjacent to it. The severe impacts to the area because of the rezone we don't believe are warranted. I spoke in front of the Board of Supervisors at the project exposition. I invited the Board of Supervisors to come stand out on the corner of Cathedral Oaks and Glenannie before or after Dos Pueblos starts school. You'll see you have traffic on Stork, Glenannie, and then Cathedral Oaks, one lane each direction. You have a project that's proposed that would require expanding the the urban-rural boundary with one lane in, one lane out, and dropping 1,000 units. There's already tons of traffic there because of the one lane in, one lane out. When Dos Pueblos starts in the morning, traffic is almost to Los Caneros, heading west on Cathedral Oaks, and the traffic is almost down to the 101 intersection. The area cannot support the traffic, and on top of it, it's just because it's separated from jobs and services. The closest grocery store is down by Costco. It's the Albertsons, other side of the freeway. Otherwise, you got to go down to Patterson to go to the Sprouts or the Albertsons over there. There's no jobs in the area. You're talking about adding significant vehicle miles traveled because you have a project that's isolated from services and jobs. On top of it, what's in front of you today is a rezoning of the golf course is 174 acres. It hasn't been talked about and has been basically misrepresented. The golf course does not own all 174 acres. They're proposing lots of, I'll call it public benefit, open space on property they do not own or control. Back in the early 2000s, the golf course got into financial trouble. They sold two 40-acre parcels. They have a golf course easement to operate a golf course on each of those 40-acre parcels. They do not own those parcels. They cannot file development applications on those parcels. But what they've done is they've proposed, this 1,000-unit development plus all this open space and public benefit. But they said, hey, guess what? We're going to put the public benefit on other people's property we do not own or don't have under contract. I don't know how they can legally do that. They've sold a bill of goods to you as the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors of, hey, we can provide all this open space, all these trails, but they don't own the property. They literally do not own 80 of the acres. Usually when you submit a development application, you have to provide ownership information. It's readily available on title reports. There's two 40-acre parcels that they do not own. You've been sold a bad bill of goods. I don't know how it hasn't been vetted to this point, but you can't.
Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you right there, but thank you for your time. We have Bonnie Munt.
Yes, and I would like to yield, is it possible, to my friend here, Linda Musnick. She's signed up also.
If Linda Music comes up, then I'll just take her, she can speak, and then I'll take her speaker slip out of here. But that'll count for both you guys. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Could you please state your name then?
Yes, my name is Linda Musinich. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for giving the public and those here the opportunity to express their concerns and interests. Thank you. Specifically, I'd like to address the strong possibility of endangerment. In particular, that addresses, by definition, the action of putting someone or something at risk or in danger. This would become a reality by the influx of a minimum of 1,000 people, maybe 2,000, assuming that at least 2 people will be living in each of the high-density units at the San Marcos Ranch. In the event of an evacuation mandated, the residents of Sungate Ranch and those living near San Simeon will not have the ability to access either South San Marcos Road or Hollister. Both roads will be solid line of cars resembling a parking lot and an impossible for residents to access for a safe evacuation, resulting in possibly the endangerment of many lives. I speak from experience, as when I was living in a neighborhood next to Hollister years ago, there was a mandated evacuation for our neighborhood due to an approaching fire. Hollister Avenue, our access road to escape, was solidly packed with cars and not a possibility to enter. As all of our neighbors decided to walk, ride bikes, push strollers and wheelchairs to the Goleta Beach on the nearby bike path, this was more than challenging for young children, the elderly, and those with limited mobility. They also included the people's pets, guinea pigs, birds, dogs, cats. However, the neighbors surrounding the San Marcos growers will not have this opportunity due to the distance to Goleta Beach. Please seriously consider the realistic possibility of endangering the lives with the influx of 2,000 minimum amount of people when a mandatory evacuation is announced for the neighbors of San Marcos Ranch growers. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Ron Wu will be up next, followed by Joseph Schuster.
Good morning, Chair Commissioners. My name is Ron Wu. I'm from Redtail Multifamily Land Development. We're the developers on the Baylord and Tatum projects with the Housing Authority as our affordable partners. We've been working with the Housing Authority on projects since 2020. We actually have 3 total projects in the county, including one other project in the city of Goleta. I won't repeat all the highlights that Brent and Tony from our team have already stated, but I did want to highlight that Tatum is now offering 5% moderate or 27 units and 20% affordable or 110 units, of which we're working with the Santa Barbara Unified School District for a preference for their employees. Baylord is 27% affordable or 50 units and a total of 182 units. And lastly, I just wanted to state Redtail has 7 total multifamily developments in California, including the 3 we're working on with the Housing Authority, where we are partnered with a nonprofit to develop affordable and market rate housing. So we're pretty well versed in what it takes for these private-public partnerships to be successful. Thanks again for your consideration. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Joseph Schuster, followed by Ron. I know I'm mispronouncing this one. Pulichin.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Joe Schuster. I'm a resident of Sungate Ranch, which is located off San Marcos Road on the north side of Hollister Avenue between Patterson and Turnpike. My property borders San Marcos growers, and I've been part of the Sungate community for 29 years since it first opened in 1995. Today, I would like to express my strong opposition towards the proposed housing development projects in our neighborhood, specifically the San Marcos Ranch property, While I totally understand the pressing need for housing, I get it, I support it, I know we need more housing, but I firmly believe this project is incompatible for our neighborhood and would cause irreparable harm for our small community. The San Marcos development, along with Montessori, Tatum, and McCloskey projects, are simply too large for this limited area. If approved, approximately 2,000 potential units would more than double our current population and significantly impact the existing infrastructure. To begin with, this would inevitably result in severe traffic congestions. Plus, how will the antiquated power grid system handle the increased demands? How will the new water demands be met? How will the 2 schools in our neighborhood cope with additional students coming from up to 2,000 new housing units? Furthermore, the environmental impacts cannot be understated, as the unique characteristics of our neighborhood would be destroyed by replacing the existing agricultural land with high-density housing. Maintaining property values and quality of life are legitimate concerns of ours, and reasonable efforts should be made to accommodate the members of the community. In conclusion, I must say that there are serious concerns among the residents of our community. We are facing a significant change to our way of life. So I urge you to reconsider these proposed housing developments with careful consideration of the residents and the distinctive character of our community. So rather than hastily moving forward with developments that will disrupt and alter our neighborhood forever, I urge you to explore responsible, equitable, and sensible development that benefits all members of the community. I firmly believe that if you were in our shoes, you'd probably feel the same way and act accordingly. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Ron Poulichet, and followed by Richard Foster.
Well, thank you, Chair. I must say first that I'm a member of the Montecito Planning Commission, so I don't speak for them. You have a question?
You got to state your name first.
My name is Ron Poulichet, and I've been a 3-term member of the Planning Commission in Montecito in just the last 2 years, Chair. I want to say that I've spent 45 years building interstate infrastructure projects, mostly urban freeways, and I've also built over 1,000 subdivisions for others. So I think I am fully knowledgeable on the effects of increased housing or increased traffic on our public roads. For example, we at the Montecito Planning Commission really urged and forced the Caltrans to build our roundabouts before they built the main corridor going through San Isidro and Los and Milpas to Milpas. Anyway, what we have in some certain projects, and in particular, I own, after living 30 years in Montecito, I have a ranch I've had for 45 years. It's the biggest boundary of the Glen Annie project. Now, I'm not opposed to the project. What I'm opposed to is the process that would allow us to have better understanding of the impacts. You can't say 1,000 residents only have 1,000 cars. That's really kind of naive to think that. If you just drive down Winchester Canyon Road from the freeway to Cathedral Oaks, it's totally lined with cars. Much like I asked the developer representative from the Flowers on Glen Annie, where are you going to park your excess cars? He says, well, we don't know. We don't. I says, so you're not planning on putting them on Cathedral Oaks? And she says, well, we could just put red paint on that. I go, that doesn't really stop anybody. So in essence, I'm saying that what we need to do, despite the fact that we're in a big rush to satisfy the state, I say we challenge the state. We say to the state, we need to build our infrastructure first before we inundate the general public and the people who live in this community with unprepared infrastructure. It just is that way. Glen Annie doesn't have 1,000 meters. It has reclaimed water for most of its golf course. We have 1 lane on Cathedral Oaks. And as you know, all the land north of that is agricultural. Like I said, I'm not opposed to the project or any of the projects, but I'm opposed to the process and the fact that we have not taken enough time to introduce the effects. And so I would challenge the Board of Supervisors, I would challenge this group to say no to the state and give us time to evaluate further. It's just too fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
Mr. Biley?
I had, Mr. Chair, I have one question for the speaker.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
sorry.
Mr. Biley.
Mr. Police, thank you. And I know that you were involved through MPC with the Coast Village and roundabouts, and as well as the ones at San Ysidro. So in those two instances, I think I have it right, you actually had to work with the city of Santa Barbara on the Olive Mill one, as well as the Montecito community in your role from MPC. Can you help us understand how long that took to plan and then construct?
Well, if you rush it, you could probably get it done in 2 years. But you'd have to really giddy up and get it done. But for example, the intersection that were mentioned earlier, where all the traffic comes from the high school, that would take probably a good 18 months to design and get it ready, and of course another year to build. So it's probably 2 to 3 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Not to mention the freeway, the 101 freeway. There's issues going northbound, as you well know. I've lost my time. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Here we go. So we got Mr. Richard Foster, followed by John Polanski.
Good morning. My name is Richard Foster, Chair and members. You know, you're known as the Planning Commission, so one would think there'd be more planning than just how many houses we can squeeze in, but planning about what are the impacts you're doing. The only people I hear talking about the impacts are the people that live nearby. I hear very little talk from planning staff about traffic impacts. I stopped by Goleta Union School District this morning. They said they've never heard from anybody from the county saying, well, if we approve 1,000 homes here or 1,000 there, what's it going to do to the school district? It's all one-sided, just like how can we satisfy the state at this point, it seems. And we really need to start looking at what about mass transit? When you look at a site, are you considering mass transit as a consideration? I know the Glen Annie site has absolutely no mass transit except for like a bus in the morning and bus in the afternoon. As I said, the school districts, shouldn't you be looking for more data that tells you what the long-term impacts are, such as at neighboring freeway intersections or surface streets things? The developers can come forward with very nice drawings of what they want to build, but I've heard very little information about how they perceive that impacting on the surrounding areas. And that is something that should be addressed before you do it. Rezoning a piece of property to 1,000 units is a massive, massive rezone, not to mention a huge transfer of wealth to the people who own the property. Before you do that, there should be more questions. I know normally we go, well, we'll wait till a development proposal comes forward to actually discuss the restrictions we might need. But in the situation where you're rezoning for 800, 1,000 units, you really should be looking at these before you do the rezone. You might conclude that some of these are completely inappropriate. I mean, for example, I noticed on your list of the 10 preferred sites, Glen Annie didn't even make that list. So I'm not even quite sure why it's up there. But we really need more. Before you move forward, you really need more information. The only information you're getting is comments from neighbors, and it looks like it's a NIMBY thing, but it's not. These are the people who drive through the traffic congestion they have. There's the people who deal with the getting to the site, you know. So are we looking at, and this came up last summer with the Goleta City Council when they were looking at sites. There are sites that they approved that have lousy access to grocery stores, lousy access to mass transit, doesn't meet any of the HCD standards. They went ahead and rezoned it, which really ticked off a lot of people in El Encanto Heights. And bring more information, you should ask your planning staff to come back with numbers on to schools, safe routes to school. There's a lot of information you have not provided. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could hold, we got to hold applause in the comments. It's just, we'll take up more time. John Polanski and Jay Mercado will be the last speaker before we take our lunch break.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I don't know if it's best to go right before lunch or right after lunch, but here we are. I'm John Polanski, Director of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. The Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara was formed of the Board of Supervisors back in 1941. We've been around serving the lower income residents of Santa Barbara County for 83 years, work really closely with our colleagues at the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. Over that time, we own and manage approximately 1,600 affordable housing units spread throughout the county. We have also about 4,000 vouchers, rental assistance vouchers that we administer, and about 200 units currently under construction. But we have 9,000 unduplicated names needing lower income housing, the vast majority of those already living and are working in Santa Barbara County. We have development pipeline projects in all 5 supervisorial districts because the need is in all 5 supervisorial districts. One of the things that has been brought up, in my 28 years with the Housing Authority, there has not been an affordable housing development project we've proposed that did not have some opposition, did not have some neighborhood concerns. We meet with the neighbors as much as we can. We meet with the community. We listen. We respond as we're able to. But also in my 28 years, there's not been a development project once on the ground and occupied and managed and maintained by Housing Authority where the concerns have not gone away. We do not have concerned citizens coming to the Planning Commission saying, what did you do? We don't have concerned citizens coming to the Board of Supervisors. Our city councils, we work with 7 cities. That just doesn't happen because once they're on the ground and they're working, the neighbors forget, the kids play together, the families have barbecues together. One other thing that is a misconception is that we're not also workforce housers. The vast majority that we house in our affordable housing who can work, do work. They're the bussers at the restaurants. They are the janitorial staff. They are the cafeteria staff. And oftentimes the only wage earner within their family, so they're income qualified for our housing. A good example of housing proposed on county-owned site, if you've been following that, we're very careful as a public agency who we partner with. We're partnered in a number of the different developments before you because of the need that is out there spread throughout the county. And then one last thing specific, though, to the Baylord site. This site, as was mentioned, was surplus by the school because they had no need for additional school because of younger families being priced out. It had been proposed for a school development on that site for over a decade. There weren't the same concerns expressed.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off
time.
right there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we have a question for you.
Mr. Plansky.
I'm sorry. Was escaping too fast.
I would strongly urge you to stick around this afternoon for because there will be some things come up on at least some parcels that involve the Housing Authority you may not have heard of before. So I'm going to leave it at that. But I just think that somebody from Housing Authority, you, Mr. Havlicek, somebody should be around this afternoon.
I cleared my schedule.
There you
for
go.
Today.
Thanks. We'll make it worth your while.
Oh, thank you very much. That I'm certain. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Mercado. Jay Mercado? Oh, I thought that was him coming up. Okay. Well, Jay Mercado is not here, so we'll have to skip him and go directly into our lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock. And a reminder to those who are on through Zoom, we're going to start with you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, but just 4 right now. Okay. Well, okay, good afternoon, and we're back for our session of the Planning Commission following our lunch. And like I originally indicated, we're going to take those who had their hands up on the Zoom, and Mr. Villalobos will be the one calling them in the order he found them.
All right. Our first speaker will be Jonathan Aboud, to be followed by Ken Huff and then Teresa C.
And again, please state your name right when you begin speaking. And I don't know if the speakers can see the clock on the screen.
I can see it.
Okay,
I'm ready to
perfect.
go.
Right, I think that helps people. Thank you. If you can.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jonathan Aboud. I'm speaking on my own behalf today, but I do sit on the Santa Barbara City College Board of Trustees representing Isla Vista and the city of Goleta and some portions of unincorporated Eastern Goleta Valley. I'm speaking today in support of the San Marcos Ranch infill housing project. I had a chance to tour the site several months ago, and I feel like this is an excellent location for housing. First and foremost, there just the need for housing in our area. As a, on the city college board here, so much better. Canada to live in the community they work in, often having to commute many miles to work at the city college. I'm acutely aware of the housing shortage due to that. Many of my friends and colleagues have excellent jobs, but they struggle to find a place to just rent and have a regular life. And they end up moving away from Santa Barbara, which is causing a brain drain for our community. The units being added by this project are going to be necessary for our community, and I truly appreciate that they're working with the County Housing Authority to provide capital A affordable housing. That's critical. We all agree that we need that. We also agree that we don't want to develop in agricultural land, and this is an infill project in an already urban, walkable neighborhood, and that's the kind of housing we need to be developing. This area is going to be near jobs and schools and grocery stores, and it's very walkable. I'm actually even looking at an apartment nearby, and it is a great area to live in, and more housing wouldn't hurt. Finally, I just want to address something that was mentioned earlier by one of the public commenters, that the city college enrollment has continually grown. In fact, it's only gone down over the last 10 years. And right now we have our lowest enrollment since 2009 at 12,600 students. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker will be Ken Huff, to be followed by Teresa C.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Action Network. For 22 years, SBCAN has been supporting housing affordable to lower and moderate income levels. And we've been supporting protection of open space, especially prime ag land. A tough balancing act, and one you're faced with today. I thank you very much for your hard work on this. Notwithstanding the fact that above moderate needs no subsidy, the South County needs low and moderate income housing, and that's what should be zoned for today. We need public parks and trails that are open to everyone. We support local preference for those living and working on the South Coast. We urge the county to consider enacting a permanent revenue source to fund the construction and repairs of deed-restricted housing that's affordable to low and moderate income levels. Thank you again for your good work on this.
Thank you. And Mr. Next.
Our next speaker will be Teresa C. I just want to ask, there were a few more people who had their hands up during lunch. I see Jonathan Leach, Betty Jeppesen, Brad Hubs, go ahead and raise your hand again if you still want to speak. I'm sorry, Teresa C., go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Teresa C., and I appreciate the opportunity to speak regarding the rezoning of the prime agriculture parcel at San Marcos Growers. My concern pertained to the following: food security, traffic congestion, and safety. Historically, the agriculture production area of San Marcos and Hollister has existed for centuries. However, over time, agriculture parcels have been carved away to make room for urban use. The state of California recognizes development of agricultural lands for urban uses continues to have adverse effects on the availability of these lands for food and fiber production and the economy. Furthermore, it is the policy of the state that development should be guided away from prime agricultural lands. Therefore, implementing in this section, local jurisdictions should encourage, to the maximum extent, practical infilling existing urban areas. Currently, San Marcos parcel is leased by Lane Farms, who actively produce fruits and vegetables for the community. It is essentially a farm-to-table methodology which reduces long-distance transportation. It is not an infill site, but a prime agriculture site, and it helps with food security. Additionally, the parcel is shared by San Marcos Growers, and it's a successful and profitable nursery employing 50-plus dedicated workers who will lose their jobs if you do rezone. And they are part of many organizations, nationally and internationally. And agriculture zoning must be protected. San Marcos Growers parcel must remain zoned agriculture as it plays a vital role in food security. And recently, the Environmental Defense Center and the Santa Barbara County Action Network celebrated a withdrawal of an appeal by developers, leaving in place a Superior Court decision in favor of producing agriculture in the San Ynez Valley. My second concern is traffic congestion. I've lived along the Hollister corridor for 24 years, and we experience weekly, if not daily, accidents. The addition of close to 2,000 units will amplify the problem. We will experience an additional 300 vehicles. Evacuation of the area will be gridlocked during natural disasters of fire, flood, and other things. To satisfy or mitigate or avoid adverse impact identified other than to disprove the development or approve the project at a lower capacity. Rezoning of agriculture housing, we add additional 600 vehicles. It would cause chaos and natural disaster. And so they can walk it will not their evacuation.
Our next group, excuse me, Benson, followed by Jonathan and Pat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jefferson, and I'm President of the City Village AOA, speaking for the AOA. I firmly consider opposition to the proposed red tail development in the Bayard Avenue area and would urge that you please take a look at it. First, I note that red tail is trying to bump the Bayard proposal in with Tatum. Each should stand or fail on its own. The Baylord proposal should fail. Baylord Avenue is a dead end, does not go anywhere else. The proposal for 182 units has one exit in the event of emergency. Casitas alone comprises 288 units, allowing a 5-person occupancy with 1,440 people trying to exit on one street. Add the Villa Del Mar on the other side of Baylord, and you more than double that in the event of an emergency exit. The second proposed exit shown on the drawing is on land belonging to Casitas Village. Mr. Little of Red Tail told me and 2 of my board members at a town hall that if we did not accept an offer that Red Tail would make us for our land, they would simply take it by eminent domain through the housing authority. Well, that would be an unconstitutional taking. because the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution requires that a taking be for public use. If that test cannot be met, then the second question of just compensation never arises because no amount of money can compensate. Taking Casitas Village land for red tail development is not a public use. The city of Carpinteria considered this very development and rejected it. In its October 25th, 2021 letter, the City Council and Mayor of Carpinteria stated, the city believes the density included in the project concept is far too high for the Baylord site and precludes the County of Santa Barbara from making a finding of consistency with the cited policies concerning the appropriate location of higher density development and the relationship of urban development to rural and agricultural areas. The city cites city policy, county policy, as well as California Coastal Act in its letter. On February 17, 2022, the city of Carpinteria wrote to the South County Board of Architectural Review rejecting the project. When Red Tail did not attain their objective within the city of Carpinteria, they came to you. Please take a look at the city of Carpinteria's detailed analysis and why they rejected this very development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jonathan Leach, to be followed by Brad Hubbs.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Leach. I represent the St. Athanasius Church Organization, whose parcel is under consideration for rezoning. I wanted to quickly address a few points made by some other speakers who were urging against the rezoning of any of the lands in the South Patterson area grower parcels. St. Athanasius Church is, with respect to airport approach, complies with all the density requirements for approach zone 2, 4, and 6, based upon the conceptual design that we put together for the property. And in regard to concerns of noise exposure for people living near an airport, the property, the greatest noise contour levels from the airport on the property are between 40 and 45 decibels CNEL, compared to the county limit of 65 decibels CNEL for residential uses. So the property is well below that noise exposure level that is considered appropriate for any of the residential uses. The project also is located at the intersection of La Sumida Garden Lane and Hollister. There's a traffic signal there at the entrance to the property that the church actually helped to fund back when development was approved for the church project. That intersection will easily handle the traffic associated with residential development on the property itself. Also, the extension of La Sumida Garden Lane along the east side of the property, which would be feasible with the proposed development, would allow a connection to Ackwill and a secondary access for future residents of the project directly out to South Patterson Avenue, relieving some of the traffic along the Hollister Avenue frontage for the project. In addition, the church has an interest in maintaining ownership of the property, doing a long-term lease agreement for residential development on the property, maintaining their presence and participation and involvement in the residential development that is proposed. Therefore, we strongly urge the Planning Commission to keep the church parcel under those that would be rezoned for the housing element update. Are fully supportive of that decision. Thank county staff and your commission for the time and effort that you're putting into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brad Hubbs.
Yes. My name is Brad Hubbs. I own the property directly adjacent to the proposed Baylor development on the west side. This development, very simply, does not fit into the neighborhood with the proposed density and will no doubt create problems with parking, traffic, emergency access, and will completely change the feel of the neighborhood that we now have now in a negative way. My property specifically will be devalued, obviously, and severely impacted if this project is approved. I would fully expect my property to be rezoned, if approved, to allow the same density. Otherwise, my property will be isolated from the other rural residential zone sites. I'm supportive of development, and I pride myself on supporting local business. But this project's density is simply not right for the neighborhood and would be a poor long-term decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Does that include those who are on you?
Mr. Chair, we do have an additional hand up from Amanda S., but I do believe that she was our first Zoom speaker in the first Zoom go-around.
No. In that case, if she already spoke, that's her speaking.
If that's the case, Mr. Hub was the last of our Zoom speakers.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on to our public speakers here. And we're going to start with Mr. Michael Warner, followed by J. Michael Civite. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Mr. Warner.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Warner, and I'm opposed to the rezoning of the San Marcos Ranch, Montessori, and McCloskey Leland properties. I live on San Simeon Drive, about 350 yards from the corner of San Simeon Drive and San Marcos Road, where the entrance to El Camino Elementary School is, and where traffic is already a problem, especially in the morning hours or during the afternoon pickup hours from school. This intersection is also within 100 to 200 yards from the proposed entrances to the 332-unit Montessori property, the 996-unit San Marcos Ranch property, and the proposed 545-unit Tatum property. I'm here today to respectfully ask the Planning Commission to not ruin our neighborhood of less than 800 single-family homes in a 2.5 square mile area approximately, by allowing the building of nearly 2,000 housing units in an area of less than 1/2 square mile. By my calculations, these proposed developments represent a 600 to 800% increase in density in our neighborhood, where we simply do not have the infrastructure to support it. When I first looked at the balancing act provided by the county, I was surprised and, to be honest, frightened by the overwhelming concentration of proposed units in this area. 4 developments right on top of each other with much higher densities, less preservation of public open space, and seemingly no regard for the incredible traffic and infrastructure problems that these developments in particular will create. Tatum, San Marcos Ranch, Montessori, and McCloskey Leland. Even if 2 of these properties are developed within the currently proposed densities, it is my opinion that you will ruin our neighborhood forever. So in my own balancing act exercise, I excluded San Marcos Ranch, Montessori, and the Leland properties from my balancing act calculation, and I found that I could meet and even exceed the state mandated requirements. When I came to the workshop last month and asked the developers why these proposals in particular had so many units, they each told me that it was the county planning staff who made the request for developments with densities in the 30 to 40 units per acre. Again, I was shocked. Some may be operating under the assumption that densities like this in this area will encourage more walking trips to schools and stores, more bus riders, and more employment within walking distance. I can tell you from living in this neighborhood for over 20 years, that assumption has never been true. Less than 24 kids from the neighborhood walk or ride their bikes to school now, and the bus stops rarely have more than a handful of people waiting to board. I'm here today to ask the Planning Commission not to destroy our neighborhood by allowing densities of 30 to 40 units per acre in infill neighborhoods like mine. Do what you can to spread out the development across as many different sites and neighborhoods as you can. Look for additional sites to rezone at lower densities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. or
Cecilio, C-I-C-I-L-E-O.
Cecilio. Okay.
That's my terrible handwriting. Sorry about that.
And you're Mr. Cecilio. You're going to be followed by Eric Edwards.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm J. Michael Cecilio, and my what I'd like to bring up is a much smaller than a lot of these other large developments. It's between Ahe Drive on Hollister Avenue and Modoc Road. There's a 33-unit studio apartment to be developed or proposed to be developed next to the fire station there. And this is by the fire station Little League baseball field. And the juvenile hall has also a 60 to 90 person, I think more of a homeless person development there. But right next to my home on Hollister Avenue, there's a 24-unit development with, well, very little parking. I guess it's one car per unit on a 1.1 acre parcel. And the problem I feel is that there's no infrastructure there I've lived there over 40 years. It's all single family homes up and down the street and in that Hope Ranch Annex area. And really just a small neighborhood that if there were developments such as these that are very dense housing, it's without any, it's where the Hollister Avenue goes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes and then underneath a bridge, and there's no sidewalks. There was just a man killed about 2 weeks ago from somebody running into him right there within 2 blocks of this home. There are times when I can't even get out of my driveway for anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes without getting people upset just trying to get on the road to get out of there. I just like to see if this would be a consideration to see about having less density in these sort of developments in such a small area without the infrastructure being dealt with firsthand. I've been there, like I said, over 40 years. And I think that it would be nice if they could get the 4 lanes all the way through before building these larger projects. I know that's something that's a concern of others elsewhere. So that's really my 2 cents worth of that you would consider. This development next door to me, I think it's 4545 Hollister Avenue, was 24 units, then they came back with 18 and then 16, and it was denied each time until recently, and I was told it was rezoned. And obviously I learned that it's 30 per acre. It's a 1.1 acre thing, and that's about where we're at. Please consider the infrastructure before density of these buildings, and that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Mr. Eric Edwards, followed by Linda Honigmer.
Chair Martinez, Commissioners, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Eric Edwards, and I've worked in Carpinteria for going on 8 years now. Throughout this time, I've searched and searched for affordable housing for my family and I. But as we all know, affordable housing and Carpinteria are pretty much polar opposites. So I commute, as do the vast majority of my colleagues. And this is true for the majority of employees working in ag and Carpinteria, many of whom cannot afford to participate in hearings such as this one. And commuting takes its toll, from increased traffic and less family time to depriving the local community of the economic benefits of living and working in one's community. Rezoning would help offset some of these externalities while simultaneously increasing the labor pool for all of Carpinteria. While it won't solve all the issues mentioned and discussed today, the rezoning of the family property to residential use will alleviate some and is a step in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Linda Honigman, followed by Greg Reitz.
Greetings, Commissioners. I'm Linda Honigman, a resident of the San Marcos Hollister area. I think you will need to upzone at least 16 of the 18 parcels to get what the state has mandated for the low and moderate incomes. You could leave out Scott and McCloskey land since they do not have a plan, but they will be surrounded by housing, and it would be good to include them in any overall neighborhood plans that could match mutual long-term objectives. So let's select all 18 parcels, but with a few density adjustments for the San Marcos area. That could make a big difference to the future livability of the single-family neighbors who are adjacent to 5 upzone sites. It is annoying to hear strong outcries about the horror of 675 apartments coming to La Cumbre Plaza, or the 1,000 units proposed for Glen Annie, when our 5 adjacent parcels could get close to 2,000 units. I would like to make the case to the developers that what is good for the community will also be good for long-term profits. I believe the larger San Marcos Ranch parcel will be mostly 1- and 2-bedroom apartments in 3-story buildings with no elevators, very limited parking for above moderate incomes. Who is likely to live there, and this is 800 units, who is likely to live there in 5 or 10 years when there is a lot more availability for that same unit type? I love my neighborhood to the south of Hollister, especially the many cultures, the interests in gardening and permaculture, the neighbors who share their produce and plant cuttings, and my fellow dog lovers. When I walk through the neighborhood to the north of Hollister that will be impacted the most, I see evidence of similar interests, and I note many welcome messages in Spanish and a lot of equipment indicating the presence of small children and babies, which I'm very happy to see. We now have 85 neighbors who completed the San Marcos Hollister survey or provided input at a meeting, and their top priorities include that reduction of density in our area to 20 units per acre, which is similar to the other current plans for the largest parcel like Georgie. Georgie also has much more realistic parking plans, which appears to use about 2 spaces per unit compared to 1.3 in our area. Also, we want to see parks of different sizes, protection of open space for walks, bikes, and animal corridors, and a plan that makes tree canopies and drought-tolerant landscapes a priority, an obvious theme for what used to be San Marcos growers. And we believe that families should be accommodated. We definitely need an overall neighborhood plan for north of Hollister, especially since sections of the Eastern Goleta Valley Plan have been ignored, and we need to give special attention to circulation, especially during school hours, parks.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off right there. It's 3 minutes. Thank you. Greg Reitz, followed by Kim Mueller.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Greg Reitz. I'm with Rethink Development, and I'm working on the Montessori site. I don't envy you guys. There's so much to consider in such a short time, and your heads must be spinning. Thankfully, we do have a lot of good work done by the planning staff to rely upon in the decision-making, and I wanted to highlight a few things from that. Earlier in his comments, Mr. Bell noted that they analyzed the site constraints of the sites before making the recommendations. Montessori site was then recommended for the DR30. We've recently met with the Housing Authority to start the conversation about how they can be part of managing the affordable housing, managing and owning the affordable housing that we create. We've spoken with the South Coast Chamber and intend to be part of their program for priority to local workers for our apartments. And our project results in direct increase in the availability of childcare by supporting the Montessori Center School, who has outgrown their campus and will continue to grow with the proceeds from this development. And then finally, we've started looking at the recreation master plan about how we can dedicate the open space that we're creating on our site. We have a very unique situation where we have a historic farmhouse and barn, which could be the centerpiece for a really interesting public open space, and we intend to explore that further. And finally, we've heard some comments and concerns, rightfully so, of the neighbors that surround our project and the others about traffic and about density close to their single-family neighborhoods. And I wanted to just point out that we're not called Rethink Development for no reason. We always strive to exceed the status quo and to push the boundaries of what a responsible development can be. One of the first things that I said to RRM when they started the design of our site plan was, well, here's the program. The next thing was make sure you keep the density away from single-family homes as much as possible. And we'll continue to think in that way as we develop our program. So thank you for your time, and good luck with your deliberation.
Thank you. On to, I'm reading as Kim Mueller, and then Rhiannon Wood.
Hello, council members. I'm Kim Miller,
Okay.
and I'm part owner of the McCloskey property, and we are between Sungate Ranch, Thunderbird Homes, and then Montessori to our back. And I think that the high density there is kind of unacceptable. It's just too, they're talking 4-story houses, and I was lost in Oxnard. I don't know if you've been in Oxnard and seen the high density down there. It's huge, and it's not doesn't fit in with our neighborhoods. Also, we were driving through, I was lost, and they had 3-story houses, and all of a sudden there's a 4-story house, I wish they could put up story poles so we can see what we're talking about, because it is in a neighborhood that has single story or 2-story, and I think you could lower the density in that area. And I also think it would be helpful that if you could always have if you do this higher density and you have moderate, to be able to ensure that they stay moderate. The last meeting I was at, they weren't sure that they could enforce that throughout the history of the property once they get it. So I'm not sure if that's true, but I would hope there would be something you could do to make sure that that stays moderate and doesn't just go up after 10 years or whatever. And then another thing that would be helpful is to have the water, electric, and attend these meetings and maybe have answers to how that's going to impact, like in a drought year. Not to this year, we obviously don't need it, but maybe in the future years when we have droughts, how this will impact our water sources. Thank you.
Well, you have a question right here from
We have a
Commissioner
question for
Biley?
you. Ms. Miller, did you say, are you part of the ownership of the
Yes.
McCloskey parcel?
Yes.
Okay, so you're giving us suggestions about the density for that parcel, but you're...
No, even for our parcel.
For your parcel.
But, it's the whole neighborhood. It would be fair to kind of cut back everybody, not just one property or 2 properties, but everybody in that area to be less density. And I know you have it's impossible, but 30 to 40 houses per acre is a big difference. And in 4-story and 3-story compared to single-story houses is a big step.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Courtney Shannon? I'm sorry, Rhiannon Wood. Then Courtney Shannon.
Perfect, thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for having us here today and for opening up this podium for some concerns. My name is Rhiannon Wood. I am a recent homeowner at the Sungate Ranch, which seems to be right at the epicenter of a lot of high-density housing that's going up. When my husband and I, being a young mom of a small child, being a mother of a young child is what I meant to say. We sought out this neighborhood for the walkability to his school, the El Camino School. I bought the home specifically in a cul-de-sac area in a small and safe community. I didn't have that growing up in a community, and I really wanted to give my child a place where he could safely play on the street and have friends in the neighborhood. And it's a real neighborhood feel. My biggest concern, because I did move from Rattlesnake Canyon, I fled that area because of the time after time, year after year, concerns with fire and evacuation routes. We were kind of a one road in, one road out community, and I can tell you that weighed on me heavily. So as a mom, I made the decision to move to a safer area. An area where that wouldn't be a concern. Of course, there's always concerns, and I'm not saying that it's the only one. It's just something that weighs heavily on my mind when I think of how many units are being proposed in these areas and how much traffic we already have in between Patterson and Turnpike. It's kind of unfathomable to me that this would be considered of land would change the entire vibe of the neighborhood, the height of the buildings, and just the access and entrance, exit points would really change everything, and that could very well be the case, and I find that to be unfortunate. A lot of friends my age that really are not able to stay here for whatever reason. I consider myself lucky, incredibly grateful that I am able to raise my child here, but I'm just the push for so much density and such a of our county. I really appreciate you hearing our concerns. I know this is not an easy task, and I want to let you know that I'm very grateful for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Courtney Shannon, Matt Borget.
Thank you for your time. Sorry, I lost my voice. I still have a voice. So I wanted to talk about the rezoning projects that for the Montessori, the McCloskey, and the San Marcos growers. Actually, Rihanna's neighbor, and we were very concerned when we heard of the amount in such a small area. You're looking at like 1 miles of 4,203 units. Hollister, I've lived there 29 years in Sungate Ranch, and Hollister is already packed with the San Marcos High School, with El Camino School, with the kids being dropped off and whatnot. I can't imagine that many people being there in that area. I do understand, and I'm all about feeling that we need to do what's best for the community, but I don't feel that this would be best for the community. I do think that it should go in consistency with the characteristic of the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is, Sungate Ranch is on 12 acres, I believe. The Montessori property is 11.5 acres, and they want to put, we only have 48 homes, and they want to put, 345 with, and then would be 459 with the McCloskey property. That's 500 units. Then you got the San Marcos growers, they want 996 units. There's already within our community with parking. I cannot imagine the parking, the demand for water as well, especially if we are faced with another drought, which we will. Where are they going to get the water supply, additional water supply? And also feel that we're not going to have an exit strategy. There's an emergency. It's going to be gridlock, literally gridlock on Hollister units. And I think there are some other areas against building, for building it in a way that actually still feels like a community and not trying to shove all at high density into small areas. Concerned about how this is going to impact the environment, and we just don't have the infrastructure to support this. So I just urge you to really look at this and make a smart decision and just do this that's going to be the best for the community, not for the person.
Okay, Mr. Matt, I'm going to have you pronounce. Say it again? Boberg. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then followed by Kevin Stum.
All right. Mr. Matt, thank you. I'm going to start with that I am 100% for building more affordable homes for people. I think for our community. But I share the concerns that a lot of other people have mentioned, really briefly developing on ag proportionate concentration in this small corridor, environmental impacts, the strain on resources like water and roads talked about, as well as the strain on limited service goods that we're going to encounter, builders, plumbers, people that need to do work around here. We want to, I believe you guys have maps, draw your attention to Cared 2. which is a small kind of square shape with that Maria Ignacio Creek going right through it. On the eastern side of Ignacio Creek, which is also bordered by Atascadero Creek and also a row of homes, I live in one of those homes, is currently an organic farm. So unlike the Chadmar Group would have you guys believe from their report, it's not paved, it's not pots and plants. It is food being grown in the ground and that is sold at the local farmers market here in Goleta, down in Santa Barbara. And that land right next to our homes, it is also a FEMA flood zone. That's also not mentioned in that proposal. I know it's mentioned in the kind of broad draft, but that's a place where we have to pay flood insurance every year to be able to live and have a home loan to be able to pay for our homes. And in addition to that being a flood zone, it's also got a very limited way to get out of the neighborhood. So proposed to tack on these, I think it's like 35 to 40 units right there on that street, adding any kind of way to get out of that neighborhood if there were to be a flood. And paving that area where there's a farm, which is open land that can absorb potential overflow, and that puts us at risk and creates a danger for us and for any new people that are tossed in the area. The Santa Barbara Area Coastal Ecosystem Vulnerability Assessment also cites in very clear language that rain, we've seen a lot of it lately, is only going to get worse. Rainy seasons are going to condense, but the amount of rain will stay the same. We're going to see more flooding. We're going to see more atmospheric rivers. It's only going to get worse from here, and that's on the scale of years. Finally, the farm is, like I said, it's a food source. It's a native ecosystem. We see all kinds of small animals all the way up to predators like hawks that live in and around the creeks and actually use that farm. And then finally, I did want to say that someone else made a comment earlier about planning ahead. This seems like a site that is rife with environmental issues and probably needs its own EIR. So I urge you guys to consider that before you move ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have Kevin Snow, followed by Kim Peters.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Snow. I am a member of the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. And what we want to emphasize today, the Commission prioritized public recreation on all the major rezones in the housing element throughout the county, but consistent with existing criteria for rezones. I'd like to remind you also that, we are made up of members from each of your districts, and we have spent a lot of time going over the rezone maps, and particularly the PRT maps, which you have. And in order to keep things brief, we would just simply like to emphasize that you pay careful attention to the importance of connecting trails throughout the county and how important they are, given that the existing trails are practically overrun and demonstrate an amazing demand that people have to be able to get out and walk. So the inclusion of trails and open space in these rezones is absolutely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Kim Peters, followed by Craig Jenslin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Peters. I'm a resident of Sungate Ranch, and as a physician, I'm concerned about the safety and well-being of our community. My concern is the proposed approximately 2,000 units planned encircling Sungate Ranch. Sungate Ranch is about 48 units on 12 acres, but the proposal in about a mile and a half is for nearly 2,000 units, so a big difference. Our property is about the same size as the Montessori property, which is proposed to have 345 units compared to our little development of 48. San Marcos Road is the only entry and exit ranch, and the development of the sites encircling Sungate result in traffic congestion, which will present hazards and limitations for emergency vehicles. They'll have difficulty going in and out of Sungate Ranch, including fire department, police department, paramedics, In the event of fire or emergency, evacuation for Sungate Ranch will be practically impossible. Additionally, the traffic on Turnpike and Hollister area is already high density, especially at rush hour, and adding the units will create jams. Right now, there's a lot of students at San Marcos High School that are on foot, and during lunch break and before and after school, we'll see lots and lots of students trying to cross the busy intersections. They're also on vehicles, and I think with all the increased traffic, it's going to be a real hazard for the students there. There may be a lot of injuries that occur. I think this excessive building of more than 2,000 units in a small mile-and-a-half corridor is not supported by the infrastructure. We just don't have the roads, the parking, the maybe strained water, electricity, and I believe it negatively impacts our public. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Craig
Gensler.
Gensler. Okay.
Gensler, yeah.
Followed by Dustin Hoyseth.
Yeah, my name is Craig Gensler. I'm Glen Annie. Rezoning. It's just crazy that we're going to destroy an asset that we already have and get rid of it to build when there's so many other places that you could just build. Was a report done on building out there when they were building the golf course, and they said it's all clay, so it's not really a buildable place because it's all clay. I don't know if anybody's looked into that. Is kind of my point about Glen, but in being here listening, I want to make another statement that's a big picture. None of the places look good. It's just seemed to be huge. And I'm sorry, you're not going to like some of the things I say, but it's the commission. You're a planning commission, and there should be planning involved, not a big, huge step function of a zillion people. And you say, well, it's not our fault, they're tied, it's the state. Well, then the state, don't they? And if the state if they're just trying to make us look like LA and San Francisco, let's, as the planning commission, get together and start maybe shining a light on these people who are trying to make us look like Los Angeles and San Francisco so that we can get them. Because if we all knew and we get in the headlines of who these people are, they're going to shut up. We don't want this. I mean, we're the committees, all the committees care about the people here. And it doesn't seem like that. It seems like what seems to be being cared about most and all the people with all this money and the state who doesn't care. That's kind of all I need to say. Very much.
Thank you. So we got Dustin Hoyseth, followed by Diane Black.
Hello, Planning Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hoyseth with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. The Chamber sent in a letter last week with the details regarding our current efforts on the Employer-Sponsored Housing Consortium. I'll keep it brief for today's hearing. Essentially, the consortium will allow multiple employers to enter a partnership under an LLC or master leasing property, which they can then provide to local employees. And it will do so more efficiently and manageably than be accomplished by individual employers. This model is key to addressing concerns that new housing stock is going to people who have jobs in the area, and relieving the pressure felt by employers when their employees cannot secure housing stock. And I do want to housing supply crisis. Employers are struggling every day with recruitment and retention. And when local employers struggle, our entire community faces the challenges that creates. I personally know there would be many employers here if they had time to take out of their jobs, but that's why the Chamber's here representing. This program has made great progress forward with a milestone meeting with employers occurring later this month. The progress of this program would not have been possible without the early partnership of Glen Annie. The Glen Annie project is acting as the Chamber's pilot program in this area. They have worked with us since the beginning, providing critical details to employers on housing product estimates, which allowed us to further discussions about the function of the consortium. I am here today to express support for the rezone sites which have agreed to partner with the Chamber on an employer-sponsored housing consortium. These partners include Glen Annie, San Marcos Ranch, Shared Family Property, and the Orchard Project, or the Georgie site. The initial success of the employer-sponsored housing program relies heavily on the successful rezoning of the sites who have agreed to partner with the Chamber and put in the work required to do so. Once we have proof of concept of this initial partnerships, we expect that interest in this collaborative model will only continue to grow and can be used elsewhere and even by public employers. We remain engaged with each of the previously named projects, each of which has demonstrated an interest and commitment to partnering with the Employer-Sponsored Housing Consortium as we begin this formation process. We ask that you please support the formation of this statewide example of a workforce housing solution by supporting the rezones of our pilot project Glen Annie and our other partner projects, San Marcos Ranch, the Carriage sites, and the Georgie site. I'll just add one other thing since I have a little time left, just some of the things I've heard today. I understand that there's a lot of concern about the project impacts, but like I said before, you know, the people that work here are trying to live here, and our community does have a real need for housing, and I just don't want to let the poor planning of the past impact our ability to plan for the future. If infrastructure is the problem, then maybe that's what we need to look at. Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Ms. Braylon.
You mentioned that you were working with 3 of the rezone potentials. Can you repeat
Or 4.
those? Or 4?
Yes.
5?
The San Marcos Ranch, Glen Annie, the Georgie site, and the Carrot sites.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane Black, followed by Artis Peoples.
Chair Martinez and members of the Planning Commission. My name's Diane Black, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Some people have asked me why the League isn't supporting rezoning, and I want to make one thing clear. We are. We urge the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt rezones that will satisfy state HCD. To do otherwise would subject the county again to a period of remedy projects. I don't think we want to see that. Is not to be rezoned. We own sites be selected for development, and that the county sites with affordable restricted housing and for housing developers ensure more than enough market rate housing is developed. For the rezone sites, on those sites with the following considerations: those that offer the greatest promise of affordability, especially at the lower income levels, those that partner with nonprofit housing developers or the housing authority, those working with employers directly or through the chamber, those that offer livability and options, including a mix of unit sizes, for sale and for rent units, and those that provide amenities, including public parks, transit, recreation, and childcare. And then, to the extent it's feasible, try to geographically disperse the sites. The League does continue to be concerned with assumptions for affordability included in the Balancing Act tool. None of the projects presented at the workshops or through the letters of intent come anywhere close to the assumption of 50% lower, 25% moderate, and 25% above market. The rezones are very likely to significantly overproduce at the above moderate or market rate level. And even without one rezone, the county is already 801 units over the target for market rate units. We can't rely exclusively on the for-profit developers to meet our affordable housing needs. It's not realistic and it's not fair. So to position the county to deal with the likely need for additional sites for affordable units, the League strongly recommends 3 actions that the county start now. One is to identify additional publicly owned sites for 100% affordable deed-restricted housing. The second is to identify a permanent funding source for development of affordable housing. And the third is to not waste whatever units we produce as part of the housing element and establish a local preference program immediately to ensure housing that results from this housing element is available for people who live and work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner.
Ms. Black, I had a question for you. Just one of your last statements was one of the 3 recommendations was not to waste units, and I didn't quite follow that.
So aside from not meeting our affordability requirements, I think one of the biggest failures of this housing element would be to build a bunch of housing units for people who don't live here. and don't work here. So I really strongly support a local preference policy or ordinance to ensure that those units are available for people who work and live here.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Artis Peoples, and I live on Gwynn Avenue. My property shares a property line with Mr. Caird's number 2 property for the past 50 years. There are others on our street that have lived there 50 years also, along Mr. Caird's property. Let's see, I got a little frazzled here. We are all along that, okay, so the property is a triangle. It's, there's the 2 creeks, and then there's our street of homes. And at the end is a little entranceway to get back into that property. There's only one way in and one way out of that flood area zone. Heaven forbid there be a flood, a fire, earthquake, maybe a tsunami. It would be a disaster for getting in, for us getting in and out, or them, and any emergency care getting in. If the traffic would come down off Hollister again, through our quiet neighborhood, we have a 2-way street, parking on each side. You can hardly pass each other now if there's cars just parked on one side to get into that one little entryway into that property. It's been farmed for 50 years. I've lived there. 2 years maybe in a very bad drought, they did not farm. They were pulling carrots, they were plowing the other day. The other big thing about it is our homes are all 1 story, all the way down there. Even though your pamphlet shows a 2-story, they're all 1 story. So any building behind us, above 1 story, they would be looking into our backyards, our kitchens, our bedrooms, our rooms, because there isn't any buffer. It'd take away our sunsets, it'd take away our mountain view, but that's not what's important. It's our privacy that we get there. Let's see, it's also wildlife habitat, as somebody said. The airport, you can come into my house anytime you want and stand in my backyard, and you can almost touch the belly of the airplane. At night, I put a pillow over my head because I get scared, because it sounds like it's going through my house. So, yes, the planes weren't bad when I moved in 50 years ago, so I didn't know this was going to become a problem. But the airport, you can put anything you want on your map for the flight path. The pilots go wherever they feel like they want to go. They don't stay on that flight path. We're not in, I think you said that we were in the buildable part of it, but the pilots come right over our house, so I don't know, it must be part of the flight path. So increased traffic, I told you about that. Make sure it's flood zone, you know about the airport, you know about. I guess that's it, but I had 50 lovely years of living there, and I'm just a little frazzled since waiting since 9 to talk. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I have Christine Frack, followed by Otis Califf. Huh? No, he talked on a public comment, last one. Christine Frack? Oh, she left? Okay. Okay, so we have Otis Califf, and then we have the last speaker, which is Ken Tregriado.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Otis Califf. I'm speaking for CRATAC, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. We urge your commission to incentivize or require public recreation for all major housing element rezones throughout the county, consistent with Board of Supervisors criteria for rezones. Criteria has voted to wholeheartedly support the Glen Annie Golf Course project due to its provision of 100 acres of public open space, 4 miles of public trails, up to 20 acres of public park, a community pool, and other facilities. With the addition of public parks and trails, as now proposed by the developers, I will recommend that CRATAC now support the proposed San Marcos Farms and Tatum developments. And I would encourage the county and developers to explore further expansion of an interconnected trail system between all of these parcels. Consistent with CRATAC recommendations, we urge the Planning Commission to require major public parks and an interlinked trail system with the South Patterson agricultural area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ken Trigueiro?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Ken Trigueiro. I'm with People's Self-Help Housing. We're a local nonprofit developer. Started in 1970 and developed about 3,200 homes that are all affordable. About a third of those are for home ownership. Who we house primarily are frontline essential workers. We've talked about them. They work at over 1,200 local small businesses and other businesses. A lot of what we're trying to do is serve farm workers, and so we hope in some of these projects they're proposed to be able to serve more farm workers. That goes a long way toward sustaining our local agriculture. I just want to make a little more point. People need this housing, and they needed it yesterday. I heard Mr. Polanski from the County Housing Authority give their wait list. That's real data, I think. We have a similar experience, about 2,000 units, 15,000 households who are qualified and looking for this. Again, like was mentioned, these are folks who already work here for the most part, or are living here but are doubled up and that kind of thing. So these folks are our local folks. I am most hopeful today about all these collaborations that are happening. I think that is the key ingredient to making these things happen. I feel like we can really start to make a dent in this crisis, even though these numbers are big. Again, these actual needs are staggering. So we're working closely with the Caird families, the Van Wingerton family, and I also wanted to mention we're really supportive of St. Vincent's as well. I happen to be on the board. So we really are hoping that you'll go through with these rezones. Here for questions too. Thanks.
Thank you. And that will conclude our public speaking. And I'm sorry, sir?
I turned in a paper really early this morning.
Yeah, I thought your wife took over your position.
Okay, then she filled out one too.
Agreed. I saw both of them.
Okay.
But I thought you were going to speak, and then she took your spot, and then that was that for both of you.
That wasn't it.
Okay.
I'm going to speak for her, in her spot.
Oh, okay. Okay. The Y becomes before the X, and X after. No problem. Let me hear you.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Fultz. I represent myself and sometimes my wife. Sometimes. I've heard all of the good stuff and the bad stuff. I've lived in San Marcos area right there since 1977. Before Sungate was there, before a lot of it was around there. And my question is, what about us? What about us down there? You're talking about all the new places and everything you're going to build for the people, and that's nice. I think we do need more housing and stuff. But the density is way out of line. My wife brought up a point earlier this morning of what if this was happening in your house? If you had a house somewhere in the town and you wanted to build a 3-story or next to you, what would you say? I don't think I'd be very happy. We're not either. What we're asking for is lower density. They're way over the density. Parking, everybody's brought up points that say the same thing. Unfortunately, I think a lot of what's driving the high density is money. More money for the developers, more money for the landowners. I know the government is, or California is. Also, I think it's the developers. And I'd like to keep the density down. I would like to have no more than 2 stories. Everything around that area, the highest is 2 stories. The developers say, oh, this will fit. True. If we put up a 5-story building next to your house, would that? Of course not. And these are not going to fit in with us. You lower it down to 2 stories, which is what some of the houses in that area is, it'll be fine. Get along with it better. The traffic is a problem, obviously, the in and out miserable, and it will continue to be, I'm sure, but I also, and like I said, I understand that you need to have housing for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're speaking public comments, and what we're going to do now is we're going to go to staff for the balancing so that we, the public, can know what we're going to head into next. And from there, we're going to go to the commissioners. And we're going to go to what we're going to.
Ms. Chair Martinez, do you want to do questions now, or you want to do that after they respond? I'm not sure what's first.
I was just going to have them go through explain the balance situation, then come to the commission. Commissioners would be
Q,
asking questions. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Through the I can now act, which we covered last week as well. Today we'll be focusing on the South Coast simulation, and the final exercise, outcome of the exercise will be your selection of South Coast rezone sites, county-owned sites, to recommend to the Board of Supervisors to meet the offer. So I will open Balancing Act once my screen shares. David, I'm pushing the
Okay, 5-minute break. Thank you. You ready? Yeah? Yep. Okay, if everybody could have their seats, we're going to get back to our planning committee meeting. Wow. Okay, staff, so we're going to go back to you now, and we can go over the balancing act.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Sorry for the technological fumble. So on screen, we have Balancing Act. And once again, like last week, by way of background, I'll explain the county's existing current housing capacity, which is the number of units it can automatically count towards its RHNA in each income level. The existing capacity is made up of vacant sites under existing zoning. It's made up of projected accessory dwelling units, and it's made up of pending projects, a drop-down which can show you each site. In the upper three squares, you have the number of units in our current capacity for each income level. So for the lower income, the county has counted 467. For the moderate income, 380, and the above moderate at above 2,270. And each box also tells you the shortfall that's left before meeting the RHNA target plus buffer. These numbers each automatically update as you select sites either to rezone or county-owned sites to develop. All of those sites are located here in this drop-down list. And we have the map over here that spans the south coast from the eastern Goleta Valley area, Goleta, Santa Barbara, and Carpinteria. And now I can open it up to questions.
Yes, Commissioners, questions for the staff? Commissioner Bradley?
Well, I had some kind of overarching questions that came up from public comment. Is that what we're doing now?
Yes.
And then we'll jump right back into the site-specific stuff. Okay, so UCSB, where does the UCSB housing that they had talked about at the supervisors thing land in any of this?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. We have the UC Santa Barbara projects counted in our existing housing capacity and on the tool. They're not potential rezone sites, so we didn't cover them in our presentation earlier, but I can show you them.
I don't know that you need to show them, but can you just tell us the number of units? Because I think that was an important.
Sure. Yes. So we have Ocean Walk, which will contribute 70 units between moderate and above moderate income categories. There's Devereaux, contributing 125 units, also in the moderate and above moderate income categories, 31 units and 94 respectively. And there is Ocean Road, 540 units, a slightly larger project, with 135 moderate income units and 405 above moderate income units.
Okay, so that's their total number of units in their planning that we know about. So the total of that is 195, like 800, 700 something. Okay. Okay, my second question was, when the sites were selected, how was the Balancing Act adjusted for the airport zones?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. Balancing Act shows the number of units that staff estimated each site can accommodate, and the calculations that led to those number of units accounted for the airport safety zones. So for example, we could look at any one of the sites here in the eastern Goleta Valley area. For instance, Cared 3, this larger southern project number 6, it has about, this portion would be in Airport Safety Zone 2. The remainder is in Airport Safety Zone 4. Safety Zone 4 has a density limit of up to 25 dwelling units per acre on it as a restriction that's outlined in the airport land use compatibility plan. And Safety Zone 2 does not allow new residential dwellings in it whatsoever. So staff did not build out an assumption of any units on any portion of Safety Zone 2 and capped the limit to 20 to 25 units per acre in Safety Zone 4. And for the unit build-out assumptions, we calculated on the lower end of the spectrum, so at 20 units per acre.
Okay, so I'm not really sure where I go when, it probably doesn't matter. It's okay. My last question was the school district outreach input. I didn't see, I probably missed it, but if they did a letter on the EIR, what kind of outreach has happened with the school district in terms of generating more residents that will go to these schools? Did we get any feedback from those folks?
Yeah, Chair Bridley, through the chair.
Oh, Chair Martinez, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. Yeah, I'm not there.
We did not have direct, I mean, we had some correspondence with schools, but it was mostly in terms of looking for additional sites. So we did contact them, but we did not personally follow up in terms of how they would accommodate growth. There is a section, however, in the environmental impact report that does talk about schools and other services and looks at, at that issue on a region-wide basis.
Okay, and of course, all the units would have to pay their development impact fees for schools as well. So theoretically covering their cost, right?
Yes, that's correct.
What the school district does with it is not our concern. Okay.
Commissioners? No other questions? Well, then I think this is the time that we start going into selections of sites, and I know this is in the districts 1 and 2, since we did North County last time, and I was going to start off if Commissioner Cooney would entertain the idea of addressing his considerations.
Sure. I wasn't doing anything else today, so I wanted to just make a couple of remarks before saying anything else that I think are relevant. I'm about a month short of my 20th anniversary on the Planning Commission, and I would say this, if not the most difficult project that we've handled in that time. It was very close to it, and yet my fellow commissioners and I have treated this process as necessary, regardless of the consequences, and we have had fantastic support from our planning development staff, which makes it possible for us to move forward and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The legislature for years and years kept sending down numbers that were discussed by the county cities and would come up with a number. And we would dutifully meet and look at sites that we could possibly add to our housing inventory. And the fact is, we did that every single time there was a new set of RHNA numbers. But the reality was that it didn't translate into actual units on the ground into which people could move to the extent necessary. So predictably, the legislature said, okay, we're going to take harsh measures with those areas that don't have sufficient RHNA numbers. And the result was what we're dealing with now. That is, we can either turn the future development of our communities into the decision of the developers, or we can try our best to accommodate the RHNA demands. And I think we've made a good faith effort to do that. Is it perfect? It isn't. And we've all suffered. There have been some urging us to just tell the state, we're not going to do it. We see a violation of our basic principles of good planning. And until we have an opportunity to plan these sites better, we're not going to change any zoning. The problem with that approach is that we're not going to get closer to an answer without ending up in court. And other jurisdictions that have done so have lost, basically. So they've spent more taxpayer money, significantly more, and have gained nothing in terms of the state's position. So I think we've ruled that out, and we're at the point where we're at least going to make a recommendation to the board, and that's what we have left to do today. And our Board of Supervisors has the next and most important role in determining what rezones occur, which reminded me of a quote that I've relied upon for many, many years by Justice William Douglas of the Supreme Court, who said famously, we're not final because we're right because we're final. So thank goodness the board has a role beyond us, and we aren't faced with that situation. So I can talk about the sites in before us in the Carpinteria area, and I want to thank the city of Carpinteria for playing such an active role in this decision point. Of the three sites, Van Wingerden 1, Van Wingerden 2, and the Baylard site, I would not recommend to the board that we provide housing on the level that's been proposed for the Baylard site, but do recommend, even in spite of the rural-urban boundary, do recommend the two Van Wingerden sites where we have cooperative owners who are longtime agriculturalists and pleaded with us to provide housing in some way for their employees. So if the procedure I'm following is not the one we want to do, that would be my initial statement on those parcels.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, and I have a couple site-specific comments too. Maybe the efficient way to work this is if Mr. Cooney's, Commissioner Cooney's suggestions are loaded into the Balancing Act, and then I follow with District 2, and that essentially forms up a motion, right?
That's correct, and that's what we did in the North County, and I would think it worked out pretty darn well over there. So if we could do that, because we have the Van Wingerden 1 and 2 sites.
Correct.
Don't forget
Chair.
District 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, Commissioner Cooney, are you interested in seeing Van Wingerden 1 and 2 put in as rezone sites but not Baylard?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. I will need a moment.
I just need to interrupt for 1 second. Baylard is a pending project.
Well, so what's our role with the pending
So
project?
your role with the pending project, you're not making any determinations about a pending project. They said if they were rezoned as part of the housing element, they would increase the lower income units. They already have an application in for a rezone. So your only role is to say, I will go ahead and rezone it now, but that doesn't mean that site won't be rezoned because they have a pending project and they're a builder's remedy project, just so you're aware of all of those aspects.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I understand the difference between the two roads that would be followed by the developer, but you know, I really think in spite of the fact that the Carpinteria area, District 1, does need additional housing sites. I'm satisfied that the element of crowded, how crowded the immediate area around the site is, I can't make the recommendation to the board that that site be included. Can they go ahead without it? I suppose they can. And maybe the board would say, that doesn't make sense then, we're going to go ahead and allow it to be done.
All right, commissioners, I have added the Van Wingerdens, which has changed the numbers on the scoreboard. Now, so the current capacity for the lower income is 675 and the moderate is 484.
Yes. Yes. So Commissioner Biley?
Well, what I'm wondering is since I'm so stocked up there in the second district, could we hear from Commissioner Park first about the third district?
I have no problem with whichever one. Commissioner Park? I thought you were going to follow Commissioner Biley, but it's fine.
Be careful what you wish for. I'm going to talk about all the districts. So if you want to talk about second district first, you better talk about it.
Okay, I'll talk about it then. So helpful. Well, there's a certain amount of respect here is what I'm trying to achieve here. So first I want to follow Commissioner Cooney's example, and that is explain part of the thinking behind what I'm going to suggest here. We have talked to a lot of people through this process. We have heard a lot of testimony. I've read thousands of letters. Okay, so I want to make sure that everybody who's watching or listening understands that that has all been taken to heart. Well, I want to reiterate that this is not organically driven. This is not what the county would want to do if we did it the way we did it in the 90s. It's not really what I want to do today, frankly. But we are stuck in a situation that the state has put us in, and every other agency I've talked to in the county and several others, where we have to do this because we didn't do enough in the last 30, 40 years. So given that our hands are tied, and as much as people say, well, I know your hands are tied, but just don't put it here. That's just not going to work. So in the second district that has a preponderance of these units, and we've heard that loud and clear, I'm actually okay with all of the sites except for the Georgie site and the Leland McCloskey site. And I think there's a great chance to have a revision to the Montessori site that I'm going to ask Commissioner Park to elaborate on. So everything else in second district, I'd say green. Oh, and while we're doing that, I want to point out that I am very sympathetic to the hope to remain with some vestiges of our agricultural heritage along Hollister Avenue. You know, I said it before, I used to bike down Hollister and it was all orange orchards. So this would still retain the Georgie frontage on Hollister and on Ward as ag for now until we get slammed by the state and have to do something more, as well as Lane Farms, which is not being proposed for rezoning. So there is a couple of vestiges, and the McCloskey site. So there's a little bit of reprieve. It may seem like a little bit of a gesture, and it probably is, but I think that's the best I could come up with in this housing plan. That's it.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. Commissioner Cooney spoke to his position or view on Baylord, which is a pending project, but they were identifying that if they were to be rezoned as part of this effort, that they would increase their number of units. We have a similar situation with Tatum, where they are a pending project, but they have proposed to increase their project and increase their number of affordable units if they were to be rezoned. So when you say rezone all of them except for the few you listed, just want to clarify that was inclusive of Tatum as well?
Yes, Tatum is.
Thank you.
Tatum is updated.
Sorry, Commissioner Bradley, did you ask to see Tatum?
So I think we have gone through and selected all the sites that have been identified by Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Cooney.
Excuse me, I think I overlooked one because it's so far to the west, the St. Vincent site.
So we did select those.
Okay.
We did select those, yeah. Yep. And now, so you were just referring to your second district, but did you also included Glen Annie in that as your?
I would.
Yeah, she did include.
And ask for Commissioner Park's help to explain a great idea for the Montessori site, which is a hybrid of what staff had in the balancing act.
Commissioner Park.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do is make some preliminary comments, much like Commissioner Cooney did. Then I want to address Commissioner Bradley's proposal, including the inclusion of Glen Annie. And then I want to spend some time on the Montessori site, where I have a somewhat different idea that'll be helpful, I think, or I wouldn't be bringing it up. Okay. The more I dig into this, and I've really dug into it, I've spent hours on this balancing tool, the more disturbed I am, because we've had numbers imposed on us by the state, and they include very necessary numbers for lower income and moderate income. The only way with this system to get those lower income and moderate income units means we will have a vast surplus of above moderate units than what we need. And you might say, well, that's okay. We'll just have a bigger population here in Santa Barbara County. No, the reason it matters is all those people that will come and live in those above moderate income units, what will they need? They'll go to Starbucks, they'll go to the hospital, they'll have kids, they'll go to school and have teachers. And so when we build an excess of above moderate income units, which is what this system demands, that the state has imposed, it means we're going to increase the demand for school teachers, cops, firefighters, nonprofit workers, nurses, and all those things. And guess what that'll do? That'll mean we need more lower income and moderate income units, and the next RHNA cycle will be short there. So it's really a crazy system. What should we do about it? Well, part of me wants to say, vote no rezone whatsoever, because I could make an argument that under builder's remedy projects, we'd have a better result, and we'd have more dispersed small projects, and it would look like 1910 America, and it would work well. But, I might look like Emiliano Zapata or somebody like that, and then everybody in government would swear out a wanted poster, and it's just not going to work, and none of my commissioners would vote with me, so I'm not going to go there, even though it's appealing. The other thing is I could say, you know what, to be cynical, we're going to need every single one of these projects, and it still might not work. because the numbers are so skewed by the big likelihood that moderate income units won't even get built or enough of them to do this. But if I said, you know what, let's rezone all of them, then I'm not even giving a chance to a proposal like Commissioner Briley's. And I would be saying the whole process we've just gone through with all the angst it's caused for the public and all the work by staff and the planning commissioners and all the workshops has been a complete waste of time, because we just should have rezoned everything in the first place a year ago. So I'm not going to vote for that. So even though I don't think it'll necessarily be enough, and we're going to be back looking at rezones in another year or two, more rezones, I'm going to support Commissioner Briley's plan completely. One thing I asked Commissioner Briley months ago is I wanted to know what District 2 wanted to do about their concern that all of these rezones were being jammed into District 2. I wanted to hear that. And we decided to work as Brown Act buddies, and we have, and that's been a real delight. And what I learned was that District 2, both the Planning Commission and member of the Board of Supervisors, wanted to see dispersal to as many districts as possible and just through the county as possible. And I think that's good planning, because every single district needs more affordable housing, it needs more moderate income housing, it needs more workforce housing. And conversely, if you jam it all into District 2, you're going to get some strange things you'd have to deal with. If I just took south of Patterson and rezoned every single one there, that's approximately 2,600 units. Is that right? 2,700, 3,000, somewhere in there. If you figured 2.5 people per unit, you're looking at a new city called south of Patterson that's 7,000 people. Now let's put that in perspective. The city of Solvang is 5,400 people. The city of Buellton is 5,400 people. Here, and the city of Guadalupe, which is our 5th biggest city in the county, is approximately 7,000 people. And Guadalupe used to be much smaller than those others. It just got bigger with certain new housing developments. So you'd be putting in a population equivalent to the 5th largest city in the county in an area of less than 200 acres, okay? And you would look to all the people in public works, the city of Goleta, planning and development, and so forth, and say, how are we going to run this? And that's like asking somebody who's the captain of the biggest fishing boat in the Santa Barbara Harbor, how would you like to take over an aircraft carrier? I mean, we don't know how to do it. We don't know how to administer putting in a new city of 7,000 people in 200 acres. And I think we can't do that. That's one reason I don't support including the Georgie project. Another reason I don't support putting the Georgie project in the rezones is that it is the one project that is literally using in-the-ground agriculture. Caird doesn't do that. Glen Annie is a golf course. St. Athanasius does have in-the-ground agriculture, but that is what Georgie is. Does that make Georgie a loser? In my perverse mind, I think it makes you a winner, because you retain the builder's remedy, okay? And if you do builder's remedy, you've got to do 20% low-income affordable. You don't have to do all the other things that make it an appealing project. And in fact, I will bet you that within a year to 2 years, the county will come begging to you, and you'll be in the driver's seat, and they'll say, we need to rezone you too. So I'm not sure that that's a bad thing that I wouldn't favor including you right now. I would include Glen Annie because it's one outside District 2. And District 3 and Joan Hartman believe that these things should be dispersed, and each district bears some responsibility for taking some of these sites. It is close relatively to a lot of the employment that's in West Goleta and it has tremendous advantages in terms of recreation. And they've received every signal we sent them about trails and parks. You'll get a regional park there. You'll get trails. The folks at Cared have responded, and you'll see a neighborhood park there of about 10 acres, a community park. And between Tatum and the San Marcos growers, you'll see a neighborhood park that's sort of a passive use thing. And these are addressing a lot of the park needs that Goleta has. It needs another park. It needs a more active use park. And so now I want to turn to Montessori. Okay? Commissioner Briley's idea and mine originally was to leave Montessori out. Okay? But I've come up with a way that I think I want to keep it in. Do we have something that shows the parcel lines for that project? Can we
We do
show
have that. We'll bring it up.
Let's go to it. Good, that shows it. And I thought about this when I was looking at this parcel in CalTopo, which is mapping software I have. A problem with Montessori, as the neighbors have said, it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb into the surrounding neighborhoods. And if you built it to full density, it would be extremely visible and bothersome to the neighborhoods. My suggestion is you can see it's 3 parcels. Larger ones on the east, smaller ones on the west, and there's a small keyhole parcel right where the cursor is right now. Okay. It was proposed that all of it be rezoned DR 3040. Am I correct? The whole thing? What I want to recommend to the board is that the easternmost parcel be rezoned 3040. And that will capture for us most of the low and moderate income affordable that we would have gotten if you rezone the whole thing. And it will push us over the top along with Glen Annie, and it'll give us an even greater buffer. Why do I want a greater buffer than the 15%? Because I think you're going to need it to get the moderate income. I think that your assumptions aren't going to work out, in fact, and you're going to need this. So I'm just trying to be realistic. And I believe that there's a real convenience factor here at work in that this is right next to the Housing Authority project that makes up that parcel right next to the eastern parcel. It's just east of it, right there. Okay, that's slated to be operated by the Santa Barbara Housing Authority and be an affordable income project. And I'd like to see the Housing Authority, and that's why I wanted Mr. Polanski here, to take over that eastern parcel. I've talked about this with the developers of San Marcos Gardens, and I've talked about it with Mr. Rates for Montessori. So you'd have more work, Mr. Polanski, and you would have that eastern parcel, and you would plan a housing project that integrated those 2 parcels and integrated the access to it so it doesn't go through the neighborhoods, it goes through San Marcos, and you'd have a better project and they have a better project. Now, on the western parcel, I'd allow them to develop that, but at a lower density. And I thought about DR7, talked about it with staff, and they proposed DR 12.3. Okay? And you'll understand in a moment why they suggested that larger number than mine. That would allow the development of housing that looks more like the housing that's in the suburbs around it. This would be market rate type housing, perhaps workforce, not affordable. The affordable is being handled on the eastern part, and it makes a nicer transition of density from the existing neighborhood into the denser things that perform the affordable housing. Now, here's the frosting on the cake. What we want is another park, and that park would be 2 to 3 acres. It would be along the south end of those parcels, and most of it would come from the easternmost parcel. The boundary line would be approximately the same as that boundary line on the keyhole parcel. Can you kind of show us that? There you go. All right. And if you had a park there, then it would preserve those nice oak trees in the corner, the southwest corner, and it would have space for ballparks, active recreation in the on the eastern half, and that's what Goleta needs. Every area needs it, and Goleta doesn't have it. That part of Goleta, but you would have it now, and it would benefit the whole neighborhood. It would benefit the new housing that would be above it for the affordable, and it would give the people that already live in the suburban houses in the neighborhood a park to go to. You'd say, well, can you do all that given these parcel lines? Well, you can have split zoning, and so you can zone these existing parcels so that their southern parts are in recreation zone for a park. This would trigger the benefits under the proposed rec master plan that would incentivize the property owners to do this. If for those people that don't remember what that was all about, we had an excellent workshop on August 30th before this body, and all of the presentation materials are still there, and I'm still here and can explain them to anybody who's of any interest, has any interest in this. So we would get affordable housing, we would get a nice transition to the neighborhoods, and we get a park out of this. And so I want to append that to the proposal that's made by Commissioner Bridley. I've spoken about it with her, and I believe she agrees with me. I've spoken about Montessori representatives in at length to staff and also to Mr. Blair for San Marcos growers. There's some details to be worked out, but this isn't going to go in front of the board for another 30 days or something like that. And so there's time to work that out. I didn't think that Mr. Rates had to work this out with me on Sunday, Easter Sunday, but he tried and did a good job. But I think the details of that for exactly the size of the park and the configuration can be sorted out so that it be included in the recommendation to the board. But since we have to vote on something, my recommendation is simply take that bottom 3 acres that has that property line that was drawn out and then work from there. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Biley?
I just want to, thank Commissioner Park because I think this was a really great idea and I fully support it. And also point out that by doing that park on the southern half, southern third of the property, that provides a really great buffer for the Sungate Ranch and also for the subdivision to the west. So we're trying to transition into that subdivision to the west, as Commissioner Park said, and also provide a buffer to Sungate. And as much as there is density north of Hollister, we've tried to massage it so it's not as bad as it first sounded, and I think it could fit in while meeting the objectives. So.
I'm sorry, can I add one more thing?
Sure, Commissioner Park.
Something I left out, it seems very obvious. I want us to come up with something reasonable in these rezones and something that will last. It struck me that if we didn't do something with Montessori, you were going to have this hole in the donut, so to speak, of Ag 1-5 zoning, which let's see, I had choicer words over the weekend about it, but what I can say is that's not intelligent zoning for a site that's left like that. And who knows what it would be in the future? It might be, a place where you raise turtles, or it might be made into the most horrible development possible. So it's better to do something with it now than just leave it Ag 1.5. That's better for Montessori. It's better for the public.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I'd like to ask a clarifying question about the site. So would you intend that all of the westernmost parcel be rezoned DR 12.3, or do you intend for the southern portion next to the keyhole parcel to also be zoned like rec for a park? The latter.
For right now, and I think this is going to have to be reconfigured more delicately in consultation with Montessori and you folks, okay, before it goes to the board. But just for simplicity's sake right now, I would rezone that whole bottom 3 acres as rec. But I honestly don't care how it's which configuration you choose, because it's going to be need to work on with Montessori and what works best. And I'm sure you'll get there. And it should take a year to do that. Well, you got 30 days, but that's a lot better than having Easter Sunday and no other time.
So, Mr. Chair, where we are now is you have a housing plan that covers all of the RENA with those selections. We did not build in, we could take a break and build in what we have for Montessori. So you know exactly what the numbers are. Take us, I don't know, 10 minutes or so? 10 minutes or so? And then the Planning Commission could take their next step.
That sounds good to me, because in regards to Montessori, that number 341 isn't appropriate in light of the
Correct.
suggested changes of Commissioner Parks and Briley. And I think it's fair for the public to see that actual number, and then we have a vote on
So
actuals.
it'll
Can I
be
tell you
rough,
what your
but-
number is going to be? Just to give you a range of what's likely. And so it's like estimating something, and if your number is so totally different from your estimate, it means you need to redo your homework. But if you're left with approximately 5 acres on that easternmost piece that's going to get built on, and you're 30 to 40 per acre, then 5 times 30 is 150, and 5 times 40 is 200. So you're going to come pretty close to somewhere between 150 and 200. If you come out at 10 or 400, you did your math wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So let's just take a 10-minute break then.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks.
If we could take our seats, we're going to start the concluding portion of our meeting of today. Okay, and as we take our seats, I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Park, who's going to do a couple of ex parte communications he remembered.
Yeah,
Recalled.
I earlier reported that I forgot most of the people that I talked to, and now I remembered them. And having mentioned speaking with John Blair about Montessori, obviously he's the person I spoke to since the last meeting about that. I also spoke, Mr. Califf reminded me that I spoke to Dan Giroir and Ray Ford about trails issues and recreation. And then since I'm sort of an honorary Nuqueama resident now, I spoke to Todd Mell and Sam Seidenberg about our approval of the Blue Sky rezone, which is very much appreciated, by the way, in the Nuqueama area. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, we'll give it back to staff in regards to recalculating the numbers in light of the Montessori.
Thank you, Chair. So we've put in the new numbers for Montessori and ensured that the Baylord numbers reflected pre-rezone numbers. And with all sites selected except for Georgie and McCloskey under this plan, we would have a surplus of 228 lower income units and 254 moderate income units, and 2,648 above moderate.
Okay, commissioners, I would look to any questions that you have of staff right now. Seeing none. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to suggest that that the buffer that we see here is above and beyond our 15% buffer, but I think it's a good thing to have that buffer because we know that some projects may come in with different levels of affordability than what was assumed in the Balancing Act. So I think it will be really helpful as we progress through this 8-year cycle.
Okay. So I think at this time, with what's before us on the screen and in conjunction with what we did a straw vote on for the North County, I'm looking to see if we have at least a motion in regards to acceptance of our decisions of today and the previous day.
I'm happy to make that motion. I have to ask if I have to read everything on the front of the staff report because that's a lot of resolutions and a lot of enabling.
Commissioner Bradley, the chair, I think you could just say recommend staff's or follow staff's recommendations as reflected on page 3 and 4, 2 and 3 of the staff report as revised at the hearing of March 27th and April 1st.
Okay, so with that good guidance, I would make a motion to approve the housing element rezones that we've discussed today as outlined on page, well, actually it's page 1 of the staff report dated for March 27th as amended today.
And Wednesday, as amended Wednesday.
As amended on March 27th and today, April 1. First time I had a chance to make a joke about the irony of today's date. Now that we're done.
Commissioner Bradley, sorry to, through the chair, sorry to just clarify, page 1 of the staff report is the request, but the recommended actions are on page 2 and 3 of the staff report.
Okay, let's revise that motion. I'd make a motion to approve the housing element as outlined in page 2 and 3 of the staff report dated March 27th, as adjusted during that hearing and as amended today. That's my motion. Yep.
Do we, Commissioner Reed?
Oh, I'd be happy to second that.
Okay. I would ask for Commissioner Cooney.
I was slow second.
Oh, okay.
I'll be quiet.
So let's have a roll call in regards to this motion then.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed. And
Aye.
thank you. Chair Martinez. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. All right, so I believe that will conclude our business for today and conclude our meeting of today. As that would mean that we are not meeting on Wednesday, and our next meeting would be 24th.
So just, did you want to say it? Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna steal his thunder. Just to be formal about it, staff would like a motion to formally cancel the 3rd.
Okay, can we have a motion to
we were the
cancel
only
the
item.
Wednesday?
This was
Motion
the
to
only
cancel
item.
the 3rd of April as a meeting for the Planning Commission.
And Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.